Tes. Tes. Testing. Tes. Testing. 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 Tes. 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 Testing. Testing. Yo. Tes. Tes.
kalau aku belum mungkin.
Udah kok, selesai lah.
Tes.
Besok dokter dibina lah ya.
Kenapa?
Yang
Oh.
dibina.
Di sini kan nggak lihat.
Nggak usah dibina.
Oke.
Karena yang ujian promosinya batal.
Oh.
Ya.
Oke.
Jadi sepertinya.
Pak.
Tes.
Bener. Selesai lah.
Tes. Apa ya agak sorean? Itu suaramu. Tadi belum ingat.
Tes, tes.
Coba kamu depan suaramu.
Tes, 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 testing, testing. Not working. Tes, tes. Tes, tes, tes. Tes, 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 testing, testing. Tes, tes.
Tes. Testing. Testing. Apa yang dimaksudkan?
Jadi auranya udah kayak
Sorry, sorry.
Testing, testing, testing. Tes 1 2 3. Tes. Testing 1 2 3. Tes 1 2 3. Halo, halo, halo. testing. Ya, testing. Satu, saya. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. 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 Testing, testing. Tes.
May I have your attention, please? The Enggano research talk will commence. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University. The respected speakers of our today's talk, the respected study program coordinator of the Bachelor of English Literature, as well as the coordinator of the postgraduate programs of linguistics of the Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University, the distinguished professors and lecturers, as well as other distinguished guests. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning and welcome to the Sukarno Room of the Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University, in our special occasion of Enggano Research Talk today, January 9, 2025. It is indeed a great pleasure to welcome you all in this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Enggano Research Talk today is a part of the implementation of research collaboration between the Bachelor of English Literature Study Program and the postgraduate programs of linguistics of the Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences of Udayana University, with the Faculty of Linguistics, Philology and Phonetics of the University of Oxford, as well as the Australian National University. And today, we will have 4 different sessions in regards to research on local languages in Indonesia. And we are super excited and honored to have Associate Professor Bradley McDonnell, as well as Mr. Blaine Billings, who will be joining our meeting virtually, Professor Ketut Artawa, Dr. Dora Amalia, as well as Professor Iwayan Arke as our today's speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, to begin, we would like to invite all of the distinguished guests to kindly rise for the singing of our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly remain standing. Now let us take a moment of silence for prayer. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our next agenda is a remark from the Enggano research team, which will be delivered by Professor Iwayan Arke, MA, PhD. Therefore, to Professor Iwayan Arke, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Selamat pagi. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Let me begin this remark today by acknowledging the profound loss of one of our team members, Professor Bernard Toffert, who passed away earlier this week. So Professor Notover was a member of our team, and he contributed a lot significantly in Austronesian linguistics, especially research on the historical strands of our project. His loss is something that in a way unexpected, but in a way expected given his health earlier. So in this occasion, I invite you all to honor his memory by striving for the same excellence and intellectual curiosity in Indonesian linguistics that he embodied throughout his life. And then on behalf of the Enggano team led by Professor Mary Dalrymple, who is not here physically today, but she is online, I suppose from Singapore, I think, or back in UK. And then we welcome you all here to this two-day event to mark the final stage of our project. And then also we have some sort of workshop tomorrow. So the first day consists of presentation about Enggano and Sumatran languages and beyond. And tomorrow something more practical for all of us or for those who are interested. Let me extend my gratitude to a number of people who have been part of our project and also contributed to the ongoing activities in the project, part of this broad collaboration across countries, across continents. Here at Udayana University, I want to thank Bapak Dr. Arya Wibawa, the Dean of the Faculty of the Humanities, the head of the programs here, Professor Mulyawan, the head of the English program, Professor Ketut Artawa, the head of the the doctorate program, and then Ibu Dr. Widya Purnamawati, the head of the master program. And also outside the Faculty of the Humanities, Ibu Professor Watiniasih, the head of the MIPA, the Mathematics and Natural Science. And also speakers, invited speakers, to Dr. Dora. So thanks for coming and joining our program today. And also online, I'm not sure, two speakers online from University of Hawaii, Associate Professor Brad McDonald and Blaine Billings. Also, all of you who are here, so thank you for coming. I just want to very brief, because we will talk more about the content, the linguistic stuff later on. Just want to have you to, remind us about the journey, about our journey in the project. I started in 2018 when Mary and I did a scoping trip to Enggano, an adventure to go to Enggano. And then looking back after 6 years, we are very proud to have had this project. And one of the outcomes, so we are very proud that our project has produced an array, a good number of publications, over 40 papers, published and presented papers. And then thank you to 2 excellent postdocs. So thank you, Charlotte. So this is Charlotte Hemmings. So the first postdoc of the first Enggano project. So the first Enggano project was designed to have a very broad umbrella of Enggano topology, theoretical, historical strengths. And then while we were still finishing the first project during the COVID, Mary and I thought at the time it would be good to have another big project on the lexical resources. And then we got another big project with Gede Primahardi Rajak. Okay, so thank you, Gede, for your excellent work. So 2 PhD postdocs representing the collaboration of Udayana and Oxford University, and we are very proud to have both of you. And then leading to this, and in the second project, we have the lexical resources incorporating the cutting edge technology. That's why we invited Pak Chok, Associate Professor Pak Chok. Taking advantage of the digital humanities, taking advantage of current development in digital technology. So we were thinking at the time, not only just conventional dictionary hard copy like this one, but also more sophisticated. We have the mobile apps, for example. I don't have with me here, but you can check, and then later on, Gede may demonstrate that one. So online resources, digital online resources, searchable, open access, which provide the solid foundation for anyone who wants to work on Enggano, from linguistics, anthropological, sociolinguistics, whatever. So we have produced a large corpus on not only contemporary Enggano, but also on the legacy materials, texts produced or collected by missionaries in the early 20th century, digitized already. So we are very proud to have those publications and resources. First, thank you again, not only for those people, but also in particular our dedicated research assistant, Engga. Can you stand up, Engga? So Engga, we are very proud of you, not only because he is a native speaker of Enggano, because one of the strengths of our project is capacity building. That is to say, to train the local, as particular the minority member, a member of the minority group, in this case, Engga, to have not only the, let's say, benefit economically part of the project, and then maintaining the ability to not only to support his family himself, but also to support his family, because the economic benefit is there. But also more than that, the skills, networks, experience, which provide a model, I think, for a particular project that hopefully will have long-term impact at the personal level, at the community level as well, because we have been working with not only Engga, but also the elders in developing orthography, for example. We have been working on the orthography for years, putting the practice to the limit of what you know about linguistics and what you want to have that your publication or whatever that you come up to be accepted by the local communities. So teaching the elders about linguistics, for example, explaining to them, even though they have a very strong opinion how to write things, but gradually trying to teach them and make them understand why we should write this in particular way and to be consistent between accuracy linguistically, between practical pedagogical aspect, that particular orthography is simple enough but accurate enough linguistically. That's a challenge by anyone who wanna work with local community whose language hasn't have any conventional orthography, but different people already have different ways of writing something, and then how you resolve the conflicting interests, egos of people, and also over time, hopefully, they will accept whatever it is that we decided to have in terms of the orthography. So we are very proud of the achievement, but of course, as any work, there is no end. There is no end in any project. So Charlotte and I and Gede already think about another project based on the current project, and hopefully we can get that one. But we didn't know. Let's see. And I've extended that to other languages in barrier island languages. So that's already, I got the 4-year project already ongoing with more PhD students. So there is no end. And if you see Indonesia as having 600 languages, so not only those languages, even Balinese, you still have a lot of things you didn't know. Okay, so with that in mind, Indonesia is really a natural lab for linguistics, anthropology, sociolinguistics, whatever you name the disciplines. Okay, so let me end this remark by thanking, I already mentioned 2 postdocs and 1 research assistant, the panitia local, okay, who already helped not only actually this occasion, but also previous occasions related to the project. So let me thank Novita Mulyana, and then Komang Sumariana, not sure that Komang is here. And then Ayu Widyastuti, Ibu Nisa, where's Nisa? Okay. And then Galuh Febri Putra. Okay. Surya Jayadi, Wayan Karsana. I know Wayan, thank you not only for this but for other things, and tim perlengkapan FIB and mahasiswa tim media FIB too. Okay, thank you for it all. And thank you again for everybody for coming and sharing this great news and also other activities today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wayan Arka, for the remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, as our next agenda, we would like to invite the study program coordinator of the Bachelor of English Literature of the Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University, Professor Dr. Iwayan Mulyawan, SSM, whom to give us a remark. To Professor Mulyawan, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Om Swastiastu, selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Sejahtera untuk kita semua, Rahayu. May God bless us all. On this, I believe it is not too late, yeah. Happy New Year to all of us. Yeah, may this 2025 become the best year to come. To the Honorable Deans of the Faculty of Humanities, Bapak Dr. Nyoman Aribawa, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Ibu Prof. Loh Witiniasih. I'm sorry if I'm not. The head of the program in linguistics, Pak Prof. Artawa, the head of Master Program of Linguistics, Bu Dr. Ketut Widya Purnawati, our invited speaker, Ibu Dr. Dora Amalia, Prof. Artawa, and Prof. Yanarke, Prof. Bradley, and his collaborator, Blaine Billings, the Enggano project members coming to Bali, based on my note, Dr. Charlotte Hemming, Prof. Arono, Mr. Dendi Wijaya, and Mr. Engga Sakaria. All professors, lecturers, and students of the Faculty of Humanities. And last but not least, to committee for organizing the event. Thank you for all the effort given. Because of the committee, we can meet here today. Welcome you all to FIB Udayana, virtually and on-site. I just found out it is a virtual event also. Yeah, Pak Dede, Pak Primahadi did not mention to me. I thought it was all on-site. Thank you for taking the time to participate in these events. As the head of Bachelor English Literature program, and on behalf of our department, we are truly grateful for the opportunity and trust, especially from Prof. Mary and Prof. Wayanarke, that is given to a number of our staff to be involved in many ways in the Enggano project, including as research assistants and postdoc. Yeah, because Pak Primahadi, as mentioned, is our newest member. Yeah, in Udayana to have the postdoc. Later, maybe Pak Sena will also follow. Yeah, hopefully. We are fortunate to have Prof. Arke as one of our lecturers in English department, in this department, as well as ANU. Yeah, so that Pak Arke have two affiliates. Thank you, Pak Arke, for still having our names. Who can attract many major international in our departments and faculties. This is a unique trait for Udayana University. We are also grateful for the collaborations with the Linguistic Postgraduate Program that allow us to invite master students in the digitalizations part of Enggano project and to invite the doctoral students to attend this session. We hope that in the future, we can contribute to many other international collaborations, such as this one, which will important not only administratively, but also intellectually, because such collaboration is needed for our department futures to come. Yeah, I believe that's all from me. Thank you for your kind attentions. Om Santi 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 Om. Waalaikumsalam, salam, namo buddhaya, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua, Rahayu. May God bless us all. Thank you.
My apologies. Forgot to acknowledge two institutions also contributing to the project. One is BRIN, Badan Riset Inovatif Nasional. Okay, represented by Pak Dendi here. Dendi, okay, can you? So we are also very proud of you, Dendi. So I have a list already, but I forgot to. So my apologies. So BRINS used to be the Pak Dendi used to be at the Badan Balai Bahasa in Bengkulu. So part of our collaboration now is with Badan Bahasa too. And the other one is Universitas Bengkulu, represented by Pak Professor Arono. Can you stand up? So Arono is from Universitas Bengkulu. So in 2018, I went to Bengkulu, first to University of Bengkulu, and then initiated and then got in contact with, because of my connection with Universitas Bengkulu. So my apologies. So thank you again for this too. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mulyawan, as well as Prof. Wayan Harga. And ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, Professor Nilo Watiniasih, PhD, to deliver a speech. To Professor Watiniasih, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. So, thank you to each and everyone for you being here today for the Enggano Research Talk. So, actually, I am privileged to be here to welcome you all. So of course, all are honored to be here, and my appreciate for all of you here for collaboration work that we have done so far. With, of course, with the leader of this project is Professor Wayan Harga. So on behalf of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, allow me to extend a very warm welcome to all of you today here, to mark a significant milestones in our ongoing commitment to preserve Indonesia's language heritage through the lexical resource for Enggano and written language of Indonesians project, an endeavor born out of the fruitful collaboration between Udayana University and Oxford University, Australian National University as well, and all of those mentioned by Prof. Harga. I'm sorry, didn't list it one by one. So of course the University of Bengkulu as well, and the BRIN. So all of those research collaborators are very useful. I mean, take a part in a very important way in each of the others. So I'm proud to highlight our faculty's roles in developing the comprehensive database for this digitalizing. So Enggano word list and dictionaries that had been shown earlier. So our respected researcher, Dr. Paramartha, actually, so has been actively involved in this vital work since 2022. As we approach the official completion of this project in January, we celebrate our collective achievement in halting the decline of the Enggano language and laying groundwork for broader initiatives. So looking ahead, it's exciting actually to say that Oxford University, Udayana University, and the Australian University are currently working on an arts and humanities research councils that you mentioned earlier for the grant funding application for 2025. We are optimistic that this endeavor will be successful, enabling our university to continue collaborating with leading institutions in the United Kingdom and Australia, as well as in Indonesia, to protect other endangered regional languages throughout Indonesia. So actually, cultural disorder that we have in Indonesia with worldwide, and particularly for languages and culture, we have, as we know, we have hundreds of them. So I'm embracing on this actually, try to preserve our culture in Bali, and Udayana University actually require us every Thursday to wear our Balinese costume to preserve to not lose very fast. As well as try to do actually one project of Dr. Paramartha already established is collaboration with the body to make the keyboard in Balinese keyboard. So this probably as well try to preserve our culture, our language, and how we, because Balinese people now doesn't know, I mean, they don't know much about how to write a Balinese script, but with the help of the project being done by, lead by Dr. Paramartha, actually try to make those keyboards and already being spread now, so sell in for the community, but in still not worldwide yet. So in a certain area, because the numbers is still looking for who are using it. So producing a certain number to be to fulfill the need of the community. We, Dr. Paramatha, working on it with the I can't remember, sorry, the name of the body that you're working with. So all right, I don't wish to take too much of your time, so I will now hand over to our master of ceremony, Bu Novita, who will guide us through today's program. Once again, welcome and thank you for all of you to attending the Enggano Research Talks. I wish and all participants have a good luck and a very fruitful meeting today. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Watidiasi, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next agenda, we would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University, Mr. Inyoman Arya Wibawa, SSMA PhD, to give us a welcoming remark as well as to officially commence our today's talk. To Mr. Inyoman Arya Wibawa, SSMA PhD, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks, Novita. Great morning. And my part will be brief, I promise. Let me take a moment to extend my warmest greetings to every one of you who is coming today. Respected guests, the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Professor Niluh Watidiasi, PhD, Professor Bradley McDonald, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, who is present today online, and also Blaine Sibling. I just learned from Prof. Arke that Professor Mary Dalrymple is also available online from Singapore. So thank you, Professor Dalrymple, Professor Arke, Professor Artawo, our seniors here, Dr. Charlotte Hemmings. This is the second time I meet you. Great to see you again. Professor Arono from Bengkulu University, Pak Dendi from BRIN, Enga, the native speaker of Enggano. I just want to make sure I'm addressing many people. So Pak Chok, part of the team. Dr. Gede Primahadi Wijaya Rajak also. Ibu Dr. Dora Amalia from Balai Bahasa Jakarta. And Bapak juga. Selamat datang, Bapak. The lecturers, Ibu Dr. Tuti di belakang. Thank you for coming. Lecturers and all the students, PhD students, doctoral study program of linguistics. Yeah, so let me continue. To begin my remarks, I would like to again thank you for the speakers of the seminar today and the workshop tomorrow, because you have made some efforts to come here. So we would like to appreciate that you are making some time to come here to share knowledge, experiences, and of course your expertise in Enggano language documentation project. I also thank the Enggano research team for organizing this seminar and workshop at Udayana University. This is great because it gives access to researchers that we have here to language documentation and lexicography project here. As Prof. Arca said just now, so this is part of capacity building that we can have here. We appreciate that one. The organizing of this seminar and workshop at Udayana University also enhances the visibility of Udayana University and of course, Faculty of Humanities. So once again, I thank you, the Enggano research team, for planning, coordinating, organizing this event here. Ladies and gentlemen, so this project is great for us here because we can learn about the Enggano language, which I learned from CHIR's website and also the Enggano project. The status is a threatened language, with only the elders who are fluent in the languages, while the young speakers switch to another language because of the linguistic contact among the speakers there with the speakers of other language in Enggano area. So given the fact that the language is threatened, so the documentations of the language becomes crucial. So I'm impressed with the output of the research activities. So I learned from the website of CHIRS. So they produce, I think Prof. Arco also mentioned it just now. So they produce textbooks there, the dictionary, and also the published papers related to the Enggano research project. So this benefits not only the local community and the government there, but also researchers of languages across the globe. The Enggano language documentation project is also a great thing that we can learn from the seminar and the workshops tomorrow. So before I end my part, I would like to thank again for the speakers. And also, I forgot to mention the moderators of the seminar today and the workshop tomorrow. Ibu Dr. Ayu Widyastuti, I think she's somewhere here. Dr. Weda, Dr. Prima Hadi Wijaya, also the moderator, and also Pak Komang Sumariano. So I thank you so much for your participation in this seminar. If any inconvenience, so I, on behalf of Faculty of Humanities, apologize for that one. So that is the end of my part. So I'd like to, so I have to open this one, right? Okay, so that is the end of my remarks. So with that, I declare that the seminar and the workshop tomorrow is officially open. So, Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, nama budaya, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Rahayu, rahayu, rahayu. Sit back and enjoy the seminar and the workshop tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arya Wibawa, PhD, for the remark, which as well marking the official commencement of our today's talk and tomorrow's workshop. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the talks from our speakers, we would like to invite you all to take a picture together as a documentation of our today's meeting. And we kindly ask you to stand up, and the photo will be taken by one of our team from the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on my count, 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time, 3, 2, 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and you may be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will commence or begin our first session at 10 a.m. So during the session, while we're waiting for the session, we are inviting all of the guests to enjoy the refreshments that has been distributed by the committee. So, and we will begin the session at 10 a.m. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed and begin our research talk with our first one that will be presented by Associate Professor Bradley McDonnell, as well as Mr. Blaine Billings with a topic entitled Divergence and Convergence in Sumatra and the Barrier Island. And our first talk would be moderated by Mr. Gede Primahadi Wijayarajak, SSM Hum PhD. Therefore, we would like to invite Mr. Primahadi PhD to the stage. All right, without any further ado, we'll hand it over to our moderator,
Check.
Mr. Primadi. The floor is yours.
Thank you, our MC Novita, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to this event. And let me first introduce, to save time, introduce our speaker, Associate Professor Bradley McDonnell, and his PhD student and collaborator, Mr. Blaine Billings, both from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Good afternoon, Brad and Blaine. I hope you can hear me okay. So let me know if you cannot. Well, okay, I can see thumbs up. That's good. So Brad's research interest is in the documentation and description of Austronesian languages of Indonesia, primarily in Sumatra. And his PhD is also about language of Sumatra, namely Besema. And he also conducts a documentation of another Sumatran language, namely Nasal, and is now part of the research partner in the Barrier Islands language project that Prof. Arke is heading at the moment. Blaine's PhD project is on the documentation of the lexicon in Nasal, and also collaborative efforts to produce the dictionary of Nasal, reflecting his interest in documentary lexicography, language documentation, and computational linguistics. So without further ado, please welcome our speakers, Brad and Blaine. So over to you, Brad.
Hello and selamat pagi, everyone. I hope that it's coming through.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay.
Great.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll go ahead and share my screen. Does that look okay?
We can see it. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you all very much. I'm very happy to be presenting today. I'd like to thank Pa Wayan Arka for the invitation, and to Good Day for getting everything organized for us and allowing this to happen. I wish I could be with you all in Bali, but unfortunately couldn't be there this week. So without further ado, we'll get started. Well, we could talk about specific topics within Sumatra. Blaine and I chose today to talk about kind of take a broader perspective of Sumatra and kind of doing a larger overview of some of the issues of Sumatra. So we'll be talking about languages, many of which we haven't worked on firsthand, but we hope that this overview provides you kind of a larger picture of what is happening in Sumatra. So, the goals of our presentation, sorry, let me just kind of move this out of the way. So the goals of our presentation are to first provide an overview of the languages of Sumatra and the Barrier Islands, especially what we'll refer to as the Sumatran languages. And then we'll present some examples of what we'll call divergence and convergence in these languages. And the last part will discuss some implications for understanding the history of the region. So the languages in Sumatra and the Barrier Islands, these are all Malayo-Polynesian languages. So these are all Austronesian languages, but it's a diverse group of Malayo-Polynesian languages. So these languages can either be categorized as Sumatran languages, which we'll be talking a lot about today. And so these Sumatran languages make up languages like the Batak languages, which include all of the Batak languages, Barrier Island languages, as well as Nassau, which the language that Blaine and I work on, and some others that we'll be talking about in a minute, as well as Malayo-Chamic, which is Achinese, and then all of the Malay languages spoken throughout all of Sumatra, as well as the Lampungic languages and Rejang, spoken in southern Sumatra. So these languages, when we talk about the Malayo-Polynesian languages of Sumatra, all of the languages of this region, there is little to no typological or areal features that unite these languages. And if we try to come up with any similar features, usually it's just a feature that's a result of contact with Malay. So if we have any sort of syntactic feature or any sort of phonological feature, normally it's a result of contact with Malay and nothing else. But there really is no uniting areal feature with these languages. So let's we'll go kind of through these language groups. So the Malayo-Chamic languages, these are by far the largest population of speakers. So Sumatra, as I'm sure many of you know, contains many, many varieties of Malay with very complex networks of dialects and different languages that are mutually unintelligible. And so that's what makes up the vast majority of central and eastern Sumatra, as well as in pockets throughout the west coast of Sumatra as well. Achinese is the only Chamic language in Sumatra, and this has undergone extensive changes due to contact with Austroasiatic languages. And Malayo-Chamic actually originated in Borneo. So Malayic languages and Achinese kind of ended up in Sumatra separately and didn't both originate there. They originated elsewhere. Then we have the Sumatran subgroup, which is one that really unites the Enggano project and the Nassau project together. So the Sumatran subgroup is the non-Malayo-Chamic languages of Sumatra, except for Lampungic and Rejang. So these are the languages you see on the map. So these languages are extremely widespread. So this includes the Batak Barrier Islands language group, earlier proposed by Nothofer in 1986, as well as Enggano and Nassau, spoken all the way in the south. So that is all of the Batak languages in northern Sumatra, as well as Gayo. And then you'll see all of the Barrier Islands languages, including Enggano, as well as all the way in the south, Nassau. Oh, I've got them all listed right there. And we can there are these languages can be also grouped together. So some of the Barrier Islands languages can be grouped into the Northern Barrier Islands as well as the Central Barrier Islands. There is some separate languages there as well. So the evidence that this forms a subgroup or a related group of languages is based on several sound changes here that all of these languages share. So it's these 5 mergers as well as one shift. I'll move past this, but if somebody has questions, we can answer these in the question period. Then all the way in the south of Sumatra, there's the Lampungic languages, which are spoken by 1.5 million people. There are 3 primary branches or 3 primary groups of Lampungic languages that have been referred to as Lampung Nyo, Lampung Api, and Komri. And these have been in long contact with Nassau. And then finally, there's Rejang, which is spoken around the city of Bengkulu and then up into the highlands on the border of Bengkulu province and South Sumatra province, spoken by about 350,000 people. McGinn identifies 5 dialects, although one of those dialects may be mutually unintelligible with the other Rejang dialects. And so both Lampungic and Rejang, while there are intriguing similarities with Sumatran languages, don't quite fit in with Sumatran languages or cannot at this time be subgrouped with Sumatran languages. And again, that's something we'd be happy to discuss in the question period. So with this quick overview of Sumatra, I'll hand it over to Blaine.
Yeah, thank you. And can you hear me? Can everybody hear me fine? Okay, good. Thank you, Gide. So with this broad overview of the language of Sumatra, we can look back and try to figure out, okay, how did all of these languages come to be in the places that they are today? And the prevailing idea right now is that the idea of the languages of Sumatra haven't been there just continuously differentiating, but at some point in recent history, probably included a lot of language leveling, right? So we see a lot of Malayo-Chamic languages in the Barrier Islands, and especially also in either in remote parts of Sumatra or up in the highlands of North Sumatra. And so the proposal is that Malayo-Chamic languages came in at a later point and displaced earlier Austronesian-speaking peoples. Now, with this in mind, we can see 4 primary migrations in the history of Sumatra and the Barrier Islands. The first is the pre-Austronesian speaking groups. Some propose an Austroasiatic speaking group that first inhabited Sumatra and the Barrier Islands. And then at some point, possibly somewhere between like 35 to 4,500 years ago, there was the arrival of the first Austronesian speaking peoples, which we propose are the Proto-Sumatrans. And so this includes all those language groups that we mentioned before, Nassau, Batak, and all the Barrier Islands languages. And then at some point after that, these peoples were displaced by Malay groups that settled along the coast and especially along the lowlands of East Sumatra. And then the Proto-Sumatran speaking peoples gradually moved further inland or were displaced further inland. And one exception to this are Nassau and Rejang, spoken along the southwest coast of Sumatra. And then there's a 4th primary migration, which is all of the population movements that have been taking place over the past 100 years in the region. And this has, brought in a lot more like Javanese or Batak speakers have moved further south into other areas of Sumatra. And so it creates a much more diverse picture of language contact and mixing of different speech communities. So with this whole landscape of the languages of Sumatra, we can come back to the main topic of this presentation, which is the idea of divergence and convergence among the languages of Sumatra. And perhaps, hearing about the Enggano project, the thing that we might hear a lot is the idea of divergence. This idea that Enggano is particularly divergent. And we see this elsewhere all over the place in Sumatra, all over in the Barrier Islands and in mainland Sumatra. And this idea of divergence is that languages and dialects are from a common source increasingly become dissimilar from each other. And this is often because of reduced contact with each other over time. And so this makes sense with the Barrier Islands, but also in the mainland Sumatra, there's a division among highlands and lowlands that has caused a lot of divergence in different speech communities. And this contrasts with the idea of convergence, which is where languages or dialects from different sources, or possibly even from the same source but have since diverged, become more similar to each other. And this almost always occurs because of sustained contact over time between the two groups. You have parallel innovations that can lead to convergence, but what we're primarily seeing here in the Sumatra case is the idea of language contact leading to multiple speech communities converging onto one aspect of their language, whether that's both converging in that way or almost always the case in Sumatra, one language becoming more like another. And so this can be in many regards, or it can be in a specific one specific feature. And in this way, a language can be highly divergent in one, but highly convergent in another. And perhaps the best goalpost for looking at this idea of language divergence and convergence in Sumatra can be compared by looking at Enggano and Nassau. So with Enggano, like I said, one of the things that we often hear is it's one of the most divergent languages in the Austronesian language family, especially in the way that we compare the lexicon, phonology, morphology, syntax of Enggano with other languages of Western Indonesia. So it serves as kind of a goalpost for the divergent end of our conversation here. So for the lexicon, for example, there's apparently a small number of inherited lexical items, large number of innovative phonological developments, large number of innovative morphemes, and then the syntax also looks different from other languages of mainland Sumatra and the Barrier Islands in terms of case marking and alignment shift. And so, like I said, it serves as kind of a goalpost because it seems as in all domains, there's at least significant change in each of these areas or significant areas of divergence when we compare to the majority of other languages of Sumatra and the Barrier Islands. So on the other end of the goalpost, we have Nassau, which ironically enough is the language perhaps closest to Enggano geographically, just across the sea. And Nassau has the opposite case for it. It has a large overlapping lexicon with Malaic and Lampungic. So the original, perhaps much of the native lexicon of Nassau has been leveled out with that of neighboring Malaic and Lampungic languages. The phonological inventory has become has been leveled out to that of surrounding languages as well. So the phonological inventory is very similar to neighboring South Barisan Malay and Lampungic as well. And this is actually something that we see all over Sumatra. The morphology has very few clear inherited morphemes from Proto-Malayo-Polynesian, and rather we see morphemes that seem to correspond directly with what we see in neighboring Malaic and Lampungic languages. And then the syntax as well. It fits very neatly into the Indonesian type voice system. Even something that's perhaps more unique, the use of the to prefix with an explicit agent is also shared with a neighboring Malaic language. So even more unique parts of the syntax that we might think are more divergent features, perhaps have been convergent features that have been influenced by the neighboring languages. And so this picture of Nassau is perhaps the polar opposite of the picture that we often see or is often portrayed for Enggano. So these serve as two strong goalposts for looking at divergence and convergence in the languages of Sumatra and the Barrier Islands. So we're going to take now and split in two different directions, and first talk about divergence throughout the region, throughout Sumatra and the Barrier Islands, and then we're going to talk about in a minute convergence in different aspects of these languages. So one thing to know about divergence is that the divergent features within and across language dialects This is often found in language ecologies characterized by geographic isolation. And so we see this, for example, of course, most clearly in the Barrier Islands. We also see this in geographic isolation in like highlands versus lowlands. Or, if one group gets somehow separated from another, they can often lead to divergent features in these languages. And one notable exception to note here for this region is Achinese. And so this isn't the divergent features of Achinese compared to the other languages of Sumatra and the Barrier Islands isn't one because of caused by geographic isolation, but because of direct contact with languages of another family, the Austroasiatic languages of mainland Southeast Asia. So that would be one specific case where this isn't the scenario here. But if we're looking at Sumatra and the Barrier Islands as a whole, we see that many divergent features can be characterized or at least found in cases of geographic isolation. So again, talking about Enggano, one of the things that has been said about the neighboring language Mentawai is that the only other example in Western Island, Southeast Asia, of a language that might display a level of aberrancy vaguely approaching the level seen in Enggano is its neighbor Mentawai. So looking at divergence in the Barrier Islands languages and mainland Sumatra. Now, we're not going to dive into Enggano here. There are people who know much more about that currently here, but we'll focus on other cases of divergence in Sumatra and the Barrier Islands. And one of those notable cases is Mentawai. And so Mentawai is spoken on an archipelago, 4 main islands, and they're roughly like 350 kilometers from the north tip of Siberut to the south tip of South Pagai. But within just the northern island alone, Siberut Island, of like 100 by 50 kilometers across, there's a wide range of linguistic diversity and also divergence between the varieties of Mentawai from one variety to another. And a survey of the different dialects of Mentawai spoken on Siberut Island carried out in 92 and 93 had found that there was as wide a range of lexical difference between different varieties of Mentawai as up to 71% of lexical difference. And so we see some of the examples here that even basic vocabulary in just 3 of the dialects of Mentawai on the northern half of this island vary greatly. So the words for father, stone, bird, near, cold, earthworm, all relatively basic vocabulary terms are completely unrelated to each other. And this isn't an uncommon feature in the lexicon of these and many other Mentawai varieties spoken on Siberut and the other Mentawai islands. Another way that Mentawai has diverged, most noticeably from each other, like different Mentawai varieties from each other, but also other languages of Sumatra, is how distinctive different Mentawai varieties are in their phonologies. So, for example, there are some varieties that distinguish between final nasals and final voiceless stops. And there are examples below that you can look at. There's some that have leveled that distinction to just be final nasals, and others that have leveled that distinction to just be final voiceless stops. On top of that, you have some that have maintained original nasal stop sequences, and others that have phonologized those nasal stop sequences as geminate stops. And these are, among other things, stops realization versus trill realization of different consonants, how different diphthongs are realized across the archipelago, and the many, many other cases of phonological diversity. But perhaps the greatest divergence within the island of Siberut itself is the case of Similegi. We'll look at here. So even in a small case on a small island of Siberut and languages that are relatively closely related to each other, you have one variety of the language that is remarkably divergent in regards to its phonology and having undergone sound changes that aren't evidenced anywhere else in Sumatra or the Barrier Islands, except for perhaps in Enggano in certain cases like the S&T merger. And we see this here. So the 4 sound changes that are unique to Similegi against other varieties of Mentawai are the merger of the S and the T sound, the K becoming an S sound before French vowels, and then this shift backwards of G and J to the point where J has become a retroflex stop. And we have some examples here below of just how different these phonology would look, where you have Similegi and Simatolu, two close neighboring varieties of Mentawai, but the phonological systems of the languages differ greatly because of these changes and then other changes mentioned on the previous slide. Now, again, with the idea that divergence is perhaps most apparent in cases of geographic isolation, it's not surprising that we're just moving up the Barrier Islands, up from Enggano to Mentawai, up from Mentawai to Nias, and we keep on seeing more and more cases of divergence in Sumatra and the Barrier Islands. And one of those cases that we see in the language of South Nias is in the phonological inventory. And in some respects, this looks very similar to the phonological inventory that we would expect to find in Sumatra and in the Barrier Islands, with the voice stops, the voiceless stops, and the affricates ch and j, and then the nasals, other than, perhaps, missing the velar nasal is somewhat remarkable. But then we have very remarkable consonants that aren't found anywhere else in Western island Southeast Asia, except for Nias. So the voiced bilabial trill, the trill released alveolar stop, and then a distinction between the velar approximant and the bilabial approximant, and then just this large inventory of fricatives. These are not at all common features for languages of mainland Southeast Asia or of the Barrier Islands. These are very unique, particularly to Nias, and demonstrate divergence from the phonological inventories of the region. Now, another area where Nias diverges is, so with Mentawai, we saw lexicon and phonology, and we just saw phonology in Nias, but now we also see how the morphophonology of Nias stands out against other languages of Sumatra. And so this area of divergence is something called consonant mutation, where the initial consonant of a noun will change based off of its function or the syntactic position that it is fulfilling, the syntactic role it's fulfilling in a given utterance. So, for example, the subject for intransitive verbs will have a mutated nominal form. So, for example, the word for water, instead of idana, you have the initial n, which is the mutated form. And then the same for the patients in transitive verbs in example 2. For the word for a pig, bavi, you have the mutated form with the bilabial trill at the beginning. And this also occurs in many other syntactic constructions. So for possessors, for prepositional arguments, even for numeral ligatures. These are cases that we don't see in other languages of Sumatra, where the initial consonant of the noun itself gets mutated in some way, and oftentimes very unpredictably. And so here we have some of those mutations listed, some of the more predictable mutations, where again the voiced stops B and D become their respective trills. K and G get voiced, so G is already voiced but stays the same. And then it's mostly a voicing thing, but even with the voice stops that we see with B and D, they become trilled, and so they become mutated in some way. And so here are some examples for the words for rice, stick, pig, and thorn, and seeing how this consonant mutation takes place. The only, similar thing that we might think is, okay, nasal substitution changes the initial consonant of a root. But again, that's very widespread throughout Sumatra and the Barrier Islands. It regularly affects verbs. This mutation of the initial consonant of nominal forms is not found elsewhere in Sumatra or the Barrier Islands.
Okay, so now moving on to mainland Sumatra now. We'll look at Rejang, which also shows some divergent patterns. So unlike other Malaic languages and other languages that you see in Sumatra, Rejang actually has no suffixes. So it has no causative applicative suffix like kan or e. nothing equivalent to that, no nominalizer on or un that you might find, and no circumfixes. So for example, you see it has what you might think of as more conservative infixes that can also act as that can also be prefixes in the examples in 3. But there is no applicatives whatsoever that can occur with these examples. If we look at the whole list of morphological forms in this table, you'll start to notice with the subscripts towards the middle of the table here, where we have 4 different forms for k, that 2 forms kind of stand out. So k, with the second subscript k, that's a nominalizer for abstract nouns, looks very similar to k'an, potentially, as well as the adversative looks also like a k'an adversative. And so what's somewhat interesting about this is that that while we see that rejang has no suffixes, it almost looks as if it's lost all suffixal elements, but that at one time it may have had suffixes. But rejang in many ways shows many of the typical Austronesian, Malayo-Polynesian morphology that you would see, as you can see in the table here. Many of these prefixes, infixes are typical, but there are absolutely no suffixes and little explanation for why this occurs. We'll come back to this a bit towards the end of the presentation. So this is one area of divergence on mainland Sumatra that has really been left unexplained, although Dick McGinn, who worked with this language for a very long time, has some ideas about why this was the case. Another language which is very divergent and has been discussed quite a bit is Kerinci, which is actually a Malayic language spoken in the highlands of western central Sumatra. And Kerinci has this really interesting alternation in the final syllable rhyme. And so what Kerinci has is actually 2 forms of each word, one referred to as the absolute and the other referred to as the oblique. And so these forms can act derivational in some way. So the absolute form can mean a verb to hold or bathe, as you can see on the left side in 1 and 2. And in the oblique form, it can be a nominalizer, as in 1, meaning a handle, or it can be, or it can act as an applicative, as in 2, where it means to bathe someone, where it's acting as an applicative. And the difference between these is the final rhyme. I should have put those in bold there, but is the rhyme of the final syllable of the word. We also see that these have syntactic functions. So in the example in 4, we see that you have the absolute form in 4a with tree. But in 4b, when the tree is followed by a modifier, now the form occurs in the oblique form and the modifier occurs in the absolute form. So anytime that the head noun is followed by some sort of modifier, its syllable rhyme changes, right? So this is a system that doesn't look like other Malay varieties, right? And is quite divergent. We can see some other examples where it becomes even more complex with transitive verbs and where you see examples in 5B and C where when you have a specific, when you're eating rice, the eating occurs in the oblique, but when you're just eating something, it occurs in the absolute form. This rhyme alternation is something that needs to be learned by speakers and is a quite complex and divergent pattern that is found not just in geographically isolated area, but it's found in a Malayic language, not in a Sumatran language. So that's also important to something to keep in mind when we're looking at divergence and convergence in Sumatra. So now we'll move on to convergence.
So possibly the most easily visible case of convergence that we can see throughout Sumatra and the Barrier Islands is the effects of convergence on the phoneme inventories of these languages. The sustained contact with Malayo-Chamic languages has led to convergence in many different aspects of their phonological inventories. And the most readily apparent one, this nearly universal across mainland Sumatra, is the import or reinnovation of contrastive ch and j in many languages which they had already been lost. So in the history of the Batak languages, in Gayo and Nasal, ch and j are not original morphemes, but have gradually become part of the phonological inventories of these languages, seemingly under the, under the effects of neighboring Malayic or Malayo-Chamic languages. In Kluit, we see a similar example with the palatal nasal, again, another palatal phoneme being added to the inventory. The palatal nasal getting prominence in nasal substitution, remodeled after neighboring Minangkabau. In Gayo, nasal stop sequences, which had merged with nasals through a process of reduction, re-enter the language through Malayic and Achinese loans. And then the same can be said of the voice stops, all of which got weakened in medial position, have since that phonotactic restraint is no longer in the language, but now follows the much wider pattern that is in line with the rest of Sumatra and having medial B, D, and G. And same for the nasal stop sequences. And then on a smaller scale, not as widespread as these phoneme inventories or phonotactic constraints for the languages of mainland Sumatra, in the Northern Barrier Islands languages, we even see a convergence with Minangkabau, where loss of final S, which was in earlier records of the language, it was still retained, has been lost in a way that is modeled after Minangkabau. So, for example, the word panas is mahanai in Simulue, with the S having alighted in a similar way as it does in Minangkabau. In more specific cases, we can see, for example, Kluit, which occupies the middle ground between Achinese and Minangkabau. It has converged with both of these languages in very specific ways with regards to its phonology. So, for example, Kluit is unique among the Batak languages in having lost L word finally. And we see this as modeled after Achinese, where the final L was alighted to a palatal glide, and then eventually reduced from a diphthong to a monophthong. And there are some examples from Karabatak here. And these show that it didn't just happen from, perhaps it was just in retained vocabulary. Well, we have the word for fishhook, and that's true. Or perhaps it was just in loan vocabulary, which, we have the case for intellect, which is an Arabic loan. Possibly also, that's true, but even in words that are native vocabulary, unique to the Batak languages, in Northern Batak, the word for head is an innovation, and even that underwent this same change in line with what happened in Achinese. And this is also a a well-documented phonological change in Achinese. It's a recent development that happened since its divergence from other Chamic languages of mainland Southeast Asia, and actually happened recent in history. And we can see that this is a way that a neighboring language has come into convergence with Achinese in this regard. For convergence with Minangkabau, we see that the final A mutation has also taken effect, where final A's in Minangkabau became O's. Then we see the same thing happen in Kluit, whereas the A was retained in nearly all other Batak languages. In another case, another small case, not actually perhaps under the effect of a Malayo-Chamic language, we see that Siulai, a Central Barrier Islands language spoken surrounded by Northern Barrier Islands languages, the Central Barrier Islands languages historically lost coded consonants except for medial nasal stop clusters. They lost coded consonants and loss of final R. And the phonotactic constraint restricted the syllables to being open. And we see in Siulai that this restraint is no longer in Siulai, but has now leveled with neighboring Simalue and Lakon in having closed consonants word finally. And even when we can see that alone is a word is clearly alone that has been adapted to native Siulai phonology, for example, in the word for valley, where the S has been elided to either an H or just been lost entirely, we see even then with adaptations to native phonology, the native phonology now allows for a closed final syllable. In Nasal, we talked about this at the beginning. We perhaps see one of the most remarkable cases of convergence in that the different aspects of the Nasal language look remarkably similar to the neighboring Malaic and Lampungic languages beside it. In the first case that we're discussing here, the symmetrical voice system, the voice system of Nasal matches almost perfectly the voice system for neighboring Kawur and South Paris and Malay. And in the voice distinction between an A voice and a P voice. In this slide, we can see an example of the A voices for both Nasal and Kawur, where you have the general sentence structure of SVO, and you have the primary argument before the verb, the secondary argument immediately after the verb, and the agent here is that primary principal argument, and you see the nasal substitution prefix to the verb. In this case, when you have patient voice, you see word order change. So now the patient is the primary argument, and the secondary argument or the agent is a pronominal proclitic attached to the verb. And this again matches perfectly between Nasal and Kawur. And then the second case of Nasal and Kawur patient voice with the D prefix, which is recognizable from other Malayic languages, we see the same thing with the D prefix on the verb, and then the optional co-indexing of the third person singular agent enclitic on the verb as well. And so we can see as a summary of this, of the Nasal and Kawur voice systems, a distinction between A, V, and PV, where the secondary argument can be cliticized on the verb. So that in AV, the patient can be a third singular enclitic, or in PV, the agent can be either a proclitic in first person or second person, or an enclitic in third person. And these match exactly across Kawur, South Paris Malay, and Nasal. Other cases where we can see convergence between Nasal and other neighboring languages is the inventory of affixes in Nasal when we compare it to Lampungic and Malay. And so the vast majority of these forms can be attributed to either language, and almost none of them can be said to be clear, Nasal inheritances. So if we see on the next slide, I think we have a table of many of these forms. So the agent voice, the patient voice, the non-volitional prefix, all of these look exactly the same across the languages. And in many of these cases, these are clearly not inherited directly from PMP because they would have had a different phonological form. So we can see that the verbal morphology has converged across languages of the region. And then the most readily apparent case in Nasal is the phonology, which we see in open class lexical items. Nasal looks very similar to neighboring Lampungik and Kaur, and in closed class lexical items as well, we see vast borrowings in the in numerals, in negation, in modality as well. And this is both historically borrowed from Lampungik and Malaic, and we can see this still ongoing in Nasal, where there's shift from the use of the native relativizer sai to the relativizer yang borrowed from Malaic, and in use of the third singular pronoun yo versus nyo, which would be borrowed from neighboring Kaur. And so now we'll talk about some of the implications of this discussion of divergence and convergence in the region.
Is it over to me now, please?
It is over to you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so divergent languages are generally found in language ecologies characterized by geographical and linguistic isolations. These are not simply genetic differences found, as we saw that there's divergent Kerinci features and very convergent Nassau features. It's difficult to pin down what linguistic or extra-linguistic factors lead to this divergence or convergence. And language contact may lead to divergence, as in the case of Achinese, and this has been argued for Enggano, but we in fact would lean towards an argument that it's actually the geographical isolation and linguistic isolation that has actually led to these divergent patterns. Whereas the convergent patterns are found in language ecology characterized by multilingualisms or otherwise higher degrees of contact. And so this quote, while language diversification is a matter of diffusion and divergence, or convergence for that matter, among language varieties is a matter of language contact. We feel that captures it quite well. So as we're thinking about the history of Sumatra, we think that divergence actually informs the historical development of individual languages and language groups, as I hope we've shown, while convergence really informs the history of language contact and multilingualism. So if we look at the latter case with Nassau, we see that Nassau actually kind of has three layers of history to it. There's a Nassau core there that we can see that is Sumatran, where we see an earlier layer of intensive Lampungit contact, likely a multilingual contact, long-term some sort of intensive multilingual contact with Lampungik, with more recent contact with Malaic language that continues to this day, multilingualism with Malaic languages. And we can compare this to Rejang, and we even see this in the language where Rejang, this is a quote from McGinn, where Rejang is indeed heavily Malaicized as a consequence of recent contact history, and yet it remains a linguistic isolate. It has closer typological affinity with distant Achinese, Badayu, Milano, than with its geographic natures, including Bahasa Indonesia, numerous contemporary Malay dialects. So as we talked about, the fact that it doesn't have any suffixes and the way that Rejang looks, we see that Rejang's contact with Malay is much more of a surface level contact, very different than what we see with Nassau. We should also note that the size of population is also quite different. Rejang having 350,000 speaker population compared to Nassau's, which is about 3,000. So there are significant differences between these two, but there actually hasn't been a lot of research into the language ecology of Rejang, although it would be interesting to see. So to conclude, the linguistic diversity in Sumatra and Barrier Islands is often overlooked, although recently there's been a lot more discussion, and we're very happy to see that. But this region is anything but straightforward. Language ecologies in the region are complex, and at the same time, we see them rapidly changing. And they've been rapidly changing since I started working in the region about 15 years ago. Divergent patterns in these languages have the potential to reveal important patterns of language evolution, while convergent patterns uncover complex histories of language contact and give the present trajectory, provide a window into future, and providing a window into the future linguistic development of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett and Ben. I hope you can hear our claps. Now we have 10 minutes for Q&A, and I will invite the audience who has questions for them to raise hand and ask. You want to ask, Shadow? You could, if you want. No?
Thank you, Brad, for the explanation. Would like to hear from you. Which strategy do people in NIAS use, considering that you are learning or you are researching on convergence and divergence of strategy that the people in NIAS use? Which strategy? This is question number one. Question number two, considering that NIAS language has no suffix, how do people there produce new vocabularies in this case? Thank you.
Maybe that is Rejang, what is meant without suffix. I think Brett, the questions. I think that's
Yeah, so Rejang is the language I presented without suffixes. So they would produce a lot of these new vocabulary using all of the prefixes at their disposal. So they just have a lot of prefixes to use, and that's how they would I suppose they would use they would create new words. Unfortunately, as I mentioned at the beginning, these are the majority of these languages Blaine and I haven't worked with firsthand. And so while we're thankful for the sources that we have on these languages, especially for Rejang, we are able to use some of Dick McGinn's materials. But yeah, so I don't have the same knowledge that I would of Nassau, but yeah, so that would be the case there. For NIAS, I'm wondering what you mean by strategies.
I mean, you said that NIAS people use convergence and divergence strategies to communicate the language. So which is most likely people use in doing the communication? These convergence strategies or divergence strategies?
Yeah, so actually, I think what we mean by convergence and divergence doesn't actually refer to how people are communicating these languages. So actually, all of these languages, in terms of their communicative power and ability, are on equal footing, I believe. And so people are able to communicate with the languages just fine, as far as I understand, and do so without any issues. And even, these unpredictable and interesting patterns that we see with noun mutation, I presume that children are able to acquire these patterns and are able to learn them without any issue. Of course, I have no firsthand experience with that or know that for sure, but that's what I would have to assume without knowing much more about it. But yeah, even though these patterns diverge from what we see elsewhere in Austronesian languages, it does not mean that they're any more difficult necessarily to communicate or that they present more problems for communication.
Thank you, Brad, for the.
Thank you, Brad.
Now Pak Wayan wants to ask question, and there is another one from Wahyu. I hope we still have time. We still have 3 minutes. 3 minutes for Q&A. Pak Wayan duluan. Yeah.
Thank you, Brad and Blaine. Quite interesting and a lot of things, food for thought. So I'm wondering, what's your story about the loss of the suffixes in Rejang? Isn't that the Rejang one? And related to that, for example, and also you see in Kerinci, you have this also, in a way, alternative form, what you call, is it oblique form or something like that? So the idea is the interface. So in Kerinci, you have this interface with phonology, syntax, and then the removal of the final segment of word. Something reminding me about a similar case in Dela. Dela is a language in on the island of what do you call it, in East Nusa Tenggara. So in this language, for example, you have angin or anin there. So the final consonant is in a way deleted when the word appears in the modifier function. Okay, so it has this phonology syntax interface. So it's part of this. It's a kind of marker, syntactic marker of modification, right? And then it seems to me you have something similar in Kerinci, something to do with the final segment, whatever. And then it's more widespread in Rejang. And then you know, the nominalization, for example, you have this an, usually widespread denominalization. I don't know what happens there. Suddenly you don't have any suffixes, right? So what's the story connecting to those kind of observation? Do you have any thought?
Yeah, I ask Blaine this question every week, but he still hasn't given me the answer to it. But there's a Tim McKinnon. So I was lucky enough to write a paper with Tim McKinnon and Sander Adelaar on the Malaic languages, and so I got a chance to discuss the Kerinci examples. And so there's a good story with Kerinci, because Kerinci also doesn't have suffixes, but this, as you kind of alluded to, there's a nice story where, essentially there was the applicative suffix as well as the third person enclitic, the nya, essentially, became part of the verb and then eventually became an alternation. And that's what led to those absolute and oblique forms. And so there's kind of a nice, complicated but nice story there that explains why those suffixes got lost, or why the suffixes got lost in Kerinci. And you can kind of see those patterns with the nominalization and the applicative forms, happening there. But in Rejang, while there's some sort of final diphthongs occurring, it's still not exactly there's no sort of clear process that would determine what happened exactly there. So Dick McGinn's story had to be that it must be a Landayak language. So that was his story, is that it must be related to languages of Western Borneo that lack suffixes. So that's where he went with it. That never fully came together for a lot of people, and so I'm searching still. But it appears it is at least clear to me that it was kind of a wholesale loss of suffixal material, and not necessarily syntactic. It wasn't necessarily syntactically motivated, more phonologically motivated. But that's as far as I've got. So if you have other ideas. But there doesn't appear to be any other patterns occurring there, in terms of alternations where where a final consonant shows up in one position and then goes away in another, or something like that.
Yes, just brief comment on that. I just recently coming back from Telo, and native speakers are very aware of their language distinct identity. So they talk about, well, we speak, we just remove the final, making word final consonant open syllable. So as part of the identity. So, they talk about this, and with the final one, the segment, what we just removed that. So this is the extra linguistic, in a way, very aware, the native speakers are aware. So I'm not sure, I'm just thinking about that because, there may be certain extra social identity, whatever related to that. And you talk about this version, whatever. So just one thing then widespread and becoming the identity of Rejang, for example, I don't know, but this is just thought. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm interested to learn more about it.
All right. Thank you, Pak Wayan, for the question, and also Brad and Blaine for the response. I think our time is up, and just want to let you know that we are going to show you a digital certificate as part of your participation. So I think the team will just show that, and then I will just hand it over to you virtually as a token of appreciation from us. No? I hope you could wait for a moment.
No problem.
Okay, good. Yeah. Where? Belum kelihatan di screen. Oke, sudah di-share? Sudah di-share ke speaker. Okay, I hope you can see Brad or plane. If not, I apologize on behalf of the committee. But anyway, we truly appreciate your time to attend this seminar and also share with us your knowledge about languages of Sumatra and the Barrier Islands. And we hope to see you again next time sometimes. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Good day. Can I just say one thing really quickly? Thank you for inviting us for this. I know you're on a schedule, but congratulations on your Enggano project. I know it's coming to a close. The work you guys have done on it is really quite amazing and really impressive, especially during a pandemic. So congratulations to you all on a really well done project.
Second all of that. It's been amazing following all the work that your team has been doing since the beginning. And thank you very much for inviting us here.
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye and have a good day.
Well, thank you very much, Associate Professor Bradley McDonnell, as well as Mr. Blaine Billings, and also our moderator, Mr. Primadi Wijayarajak, PhD, for the very interesting talk regarding the Sumatran languages. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for our first speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, after the descriptive typological first talk, we will move to the more lexicographic theme of the talk in the next two presenters. And in our next research talk, we will have Professor Ketut Artawo, MA, PhD, to present a topic of Balinese Falancy Dictionary, and our next moderator is Dr. Nimade Ayu Widyastuti, SSMO. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our second speaker, Professor Ketut Artawo, and our moderator, Dr. Ayu Widyastuti. Please come to the stage. And without any further ado, to Dr. Ayu, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, Bapak Profesor DRS Ketut Artawa, MA, PhD, our speaker in the second talk. Good morning also to Prof. Mary Darimpo, Prof. Bradley McDonald, Blaine Billing, Prof. Wayan Arke, and then Pak Dendi, Prof. Arono, Ibu Dora Amalia, Ibu Tuti, Enggano research team, and good morning also to all participants. Thank you for taking the time to participate in this talk. First of all, allow me to introduce our speaker, Professor DRS Ketut Artawa, MA, PhD. He holds a PhD in linguistic typology from La Trobe University in 1995. He's currently a lecturer at the English department and postgraduate linguistic program, Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University. And he has been the appointed professor of linguistics since 2005. He's a researcher in the field of linguistic typology and linguistic landscape who has made significant contributions to the academic community through his research. He was a visiting scholar at the Research School of Pacific Studies, the Australian National University, from October 2009 to January 2010, a visiting professor at the Research Institute for Languages and Cultures of Asia and Africa, Tokyo University of Foreign Studies, Japan, in 2011 to 2012, a visiting professor at the National Research and Innovation Agency, or Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional in 2023, in the field of linguistic landscape. He's also active in giving talks in international and national conferences and has published widely in national and international journals. He has written books, and one of them is the book chapter with M. Shibatani entitled Balinese Valency Classes in the World's Languages. He's currently the head of postgraduate linguistic program, Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University, and has supervised 40 doctoral students. In this talk, Prof. Artawa is going to be presenting a topic of Balinese Valency Dictionary. The session will last for 1 hour for the presentation and discussion. For Bapak Prof. Artawa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Ayu, for the introduction. Okay, good morning for everyone. Selamat menjelang siang untuk para sahabat. Saya senang melihat mahasiswa linguistik ada di ruangan ini. Yang saya hormati Ibu dari Badan Bahasa, kemudian Ibu Charlotte ya, sahabat dari Universitas Lampung. Saya senang bertemu kembali dalam situasi ini. Okay, actually nothing to report today because I need to give a background. So a preliminary report on compiling Balinese Valency Dictionary just started mid of November last year. So not much we have been doing on this topic. So the team is me, myself, Sri Satyawati, Suryati, Purnawati, Paramarta, and Dede Primahadi. Is so busy. His work is always sidetracked by other activities. So we hardly meet and discuss this. So I apologize for this, Dede. Next time you need to contribute more to this project. Okay. Why I'm interested in Valency Dictionary? Because it seemed to me that this kind of dictionary is not available for any languages in Indonesia yet. And then it also relevant to help learners how to look at valency of verbs in Balinese. And I have done the theoretical frameworks of Balinese valency a long time ago, published in a book chapter called Valency classes. That's the theoretical basis of this. It does not mean that everything has been discussed there. When I read it, I feel ashamed. I should have done better than that. Okay, I will touch on a brief clause structure in Balinese, then verbal morphology, list of verb and verb form variation in our alternation in Balinese. Here my colleague Ibu Prof. Suciati Brata, Prof. Wayanarka, and others have done a lot of study on Balinese language. So I apologize if there are some differences in our view. The result of my research is this. So Balinese clauses may occur with morphologically unmarked or basic form, and the other one occur with a nasal verb, a verb bearing a nasal prefix. So in terms of word order, the first contraction, I use the term patient verb agent, really, while the other one, second one is agent verb patient. There are two main transitive construction in Balinese. In addition, there might be intransitive another type of construction. The unmarked construction, I will refer to as the basic verb construction. The example will be in 1. The patient precedes the verb and the agent follows. The construction with the nasal prefix, which I shall refer to the nasal verb construction. In this construction, the agent precedes the verb and the patient follows. So this is just the example, okay? Nasi goreng beli cang itu. I bought fried rice there. And in 2, that is the nasal construction, cang beli nasi goreng itu. I bought fried rice there. So there are 2 alternative construction, which I call it unmarked construction, in which the verb occurs in its basic form, and then the nasal verb in which the verb is marked by nasal. There are different names given to this construction. I remember Pa Arka called it objective construction. Is that right, Pa Arka? And 2 is a kind of agentive construction, whatever it is called. So the fact we have 2 that construction. In Balinese grammar book, they call it the basic verb construction is one of the passive construction, and then the nasal construction is considered to be the active construction. In addition to transitive construction, intransitive clauses in Balinese also show a similar phenomenon. The intransitive verb can be distinguished into the unmarked and unmarked verb form, and the notion of agent and patient can also be applied. So this is the example, anak cening ento labuh. The child fell. Anak cening ento melayu. The child ran. So in 3, that's the basic intransitive form. And in 4, it's marked by the prefix mark. So live is the base form of Malay. In addition, in Balinese, there is also known what is called a passive construction. The verb is marked by the prefix ka, and the agent is expressed by adjunct phrase. This form is considered to be the influence of neighboring language, Japanese. Maybe we need to check this more. This specific form is commonly used in high style of Balinese. And I checked some of the grammar books written by Balinese. None of them include ka morpheme as a passive maker. but they only describe the basic construction in which the agent seemed to be enclitic A attached to the verb. Originally, it could be here a third person, then encliticized become part of the verb, then it is developed into a passive construction. So the passive construction, the example is ida kairing antuk panja idani. He was accompanied by his servant. While this example is taken from a novel, Iraka ingatanga tekan ilu. In this example, the A is considered to be in the grammar books of Balinese as a passive maker. So the A is not, the reference of the A is not identifiable from previous discourse context, then why does it need to be specified by the agent? So I still believe that in Balinese, so taken by you, taken by me, taken by her, it's considered to be passive. But the verb is not marked by any passive marker. It is unmarked. And then the agent of the verb marked by a is never first and second person. It's still a third person. In that sense, a third person there is later on considered to be developed into a passive form. That's still a controversy among the writers. This is another example in which I quote this from Tresnane Lebur Ajur Seton dan Kembang. Inyaman santoso bangun, nuduk padang ni, tur pen-pene ke keranjang ni. Okay, in these examples, we have the arc and critic refers back to Nyaman Santoso. In this case, we may have a different interpretation, whether it is a passive form or not. It's still there as a third person agent, and the agent is not allowed. In this case, we can say that the A might be considered to have a double function as referring back to the agent, or also as a marker of passive sentence. That's not only the construction in Balinese. We have between quote, stative passive, umah into subamadap, the house has been sold. Okay, agent is not allowed in this construction. And we all, in Balinese, there are also a number of different construction. So like typologically, any language can have active, passive, and middle voice. So I didn't talk about the middle voice construction in Balinese. Okay, I don't take any theoretical background on the verbal morphology, but I just give descriptive example and I explain it descriptively. So for the purpose of my research at this time, I differentiate between two verbs. One is a basic verb. Basic verb, I mean, is basically they are verb. And then derived verb, verb which is derived from other classes of word. So verb in sentences or clauses in Balinese can be seen from this perspective, or I would like to see this from this perspective. Basic verb is truly a verb, and derived verb is verb derived from different classes of verb. And also, based on my research on dictionary of Balinese that I have, there are about 380 4 bound form of the verb in that dictionary. So for instance, tegak, which is one of the linguists that I know, Professor Perhar, the late Professor Perhar, called that whenever you have a bound form, that is called pre-categorial, because syntactically it cannot be used in syntax yet, unless it is added by affixes. So tegak become negak, tambung become nambung, eling become ngeling. So tegak, tambung, eling cannot be used syntactically yet. It has a meaning, it has a co-meaning, but syntactically they are bound. So it need to be added affixes in order to have a sentence or a clause. And there is another one of intransitive formation using ma, takon, is a kind of pre-categorial, tangi, kecos, live, surya. So to form intransitive form, we use matakon, matangi, makecos, malaib, masurya. It seemed to me that the distribution of nasal and ma, they are mutually exclusive. We cannot apply the same form of suffixes, prefixes to the same base. So there is a selection. And why it is so, I don't have a definite answer yet, but it seemed to me that derivational is always creating a kind of not actually fully applicable to any base. The nature of Balinese verb also, the nature of lexicon relates. Transitive verb can be derived from pre-categorial. So we can talk about valency. Theoretically, some people will say there is one valence, two valence, three valence. One become two, two become three. But in Indonesian, there is zero become two or become three because of the base of the form. So edeng, edengang, edengin, to show. Enjuh, enjuhang, enjuhing, one of meaning to keep. Note that the ang and can be added to the basic verb to get a valency alternation. This means that any verb which is truly verb in Balinese, you can add suffix ing or suffix ang. So my discussion on this, you can read it in valency classes. There are a number of constraints there. In addition, from pre-categorial base, there are a number of constraints there. Some pre-categorial take the ang, some take the in, or some take both form. List of verbs that I use for the basic of looking the formation of Balinese verb. It is published in 2013. It is Shibatani and me. You can check it online. The base of the verb that I use. Okay. In Okay, this list of meaning verb that I use for my study long time ago, but now I wanted to look at from practical point of view, not theoretical point of view. So using translation technique, so we translate the context, the sentences used in that list of verbs, which are in English. Then we try to contextualize it in Balinese. So the role frame and the rest, the form of the construction resulted from affixation is also listed. So I need to say more on this, okay? So there are 70 meaning available in English, then with role frame, then with context frame, examples. These 30 verbs I did myself long time ago, translate them into Balinese for the purpose of the initial research. For this research now, this 30 verbs, these 70 verbs, what we did is we have 40 speakers of Balinese. 40 speakers of Balinese. We stayed in a hotel for 2 days. So just to get the insight from the speakers, how they think of the alternation of each verb. It's not easy because a lot of discussion. So for the 40 people, native speakers of Balinese, they are all students of Balinese in 7 semesters here. We divide this 40 students into 7 groups. So each group get 10 verbs. And every group was given a sign, please use your intuitive knowledge of the language. What can be changed from that basic verb? So I realized that there are a lot of discussion among the students. So they agree, they disagree. I see the agreement and disagreement because there are some basic knowledge of the morphology is also lacking, and some they come from different parts of Bali. And then we have a kind of a class discussion. So every group give presentation on their alternation. So the problem that they face or we face, because Balinese has two, let's say, has two styles, has two speech level. The what they call it by my Balinese scholar, my colleges, they call it Bahasa Kepara or common language, Bahasa Andap, and Bahasa Tinggi, high language. So after counting what they produce in the discussion, out of 7 groups of the student, and we get the result like this. So for the 70 verbs in English, they are not all available in Balinese. So we get 68 because sit down and sit is not differentiated in the language. Okay. And then we also need to differentiate between common language and high language. So from 70, not all 70 has the high equivalence. I'm aware of that because high style is more like mark style, so less verb there than the basic. So alternatively, each verb, what I can see from the result is this. If verbs are basic verb, like I said, truly verb, we can have more alternative forms. If the verb is derived verb, we have less alternative form. Because we cannot have double marking, we cannot double suffixes in that context. Okay? Then what we do, from that we have about 436 alternative forms. It's not conclusive yet. This is just the beginning. Because we need to count which verb behave in the same way, which group of verb behave in the same way in the Balanci. So we need to classify them. Hopefully, next time we list all the possible verbs in Balinese available in dictionary. Try to look at the formation of each verb. Then, out of 70, we have 466 alternatives of verb form. Of course, different structure. And this different clause structure, we need to name it. Okay? We haven't decided the name of each construction. Traditionally, some people will call it, this is active and passive, middle or whatever. We need to make sure what we should label them for each, for the purpose of specifying in our Balanci dictionary. It's not easy. It's not easy to me because there are different ways of arranging Balances in that context. Not to consider when we have causative, we have basic causative, when we have applicative, when we have basic applicative in the structure. So in that sense, I do apologize. There's not much to report today, but at least based on 70 verb meaning in English, translated into Balinese, we have 68. Then from this 68, we have alternation 436 verb form. So the most alternation a verb has can be 10 alternation. But once again, based on the data that I see, for the high level is more limited than the common level. This due to probably the markedness. This is marked, this is unmarked. So next time, I do need help from Pak Cho and Pak Dede to develop this idea. So I can send you the report on the theoretical basic of the Balanci. So my dream is that, this is my dream, Balinese has a special dictionary on Balanci classes of verb. So any student, when they click on it, Ajeng, they have alternative sentences. They have pattern, so we need to see the pattern there. Okay. At the beginning, Dede and I discussed is not working on Balinese because we still have limited resources available. We would like to do it Indonesian. And then I think it again, it would be more beneficial for the Balinese learner if we decide if we do on Balinese. So this is the plenary report on me, on this project from me. I do apologize because it's nothing definite yet. It's still ongoing. But the theoretical basis for this, we did it already. I need to look back on that point. Thank you, Pak Arko. Last time review our article, give some comment. Maybe I cannot include all your comment there in that publication, but at least now I have an idea. Okay, this should be adopted to produce a Palancy dictionary. So it would be more interesting or easier we produce kamus istilah, terminology, than this kind of dictionary. I'm definite that Dede and Pacho will make our job easier later on. This is I have the theoretical ideas, and Dede and Pacho will execute them. And thank you very much for your attention. So I do apologize. That's my report today. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Prof. Artawo, for the presentation. Now we have 18 minutes for question and discussion. We would like to invite the participants to ask questions to Pak Prof. Artawo. Yeah, please, Ibu Dr. Dora Amalia.
Thank you. It's a very interesting topic. We learned from the research on lexicography that verbalency is very popular in dictionary for language learners. So, and it is also my research concern. And we did a research on how to put or how to present the valency pattern in a dictionary. Actually, I did it in my dissertation about this. And it is difficult because we are not going to compile dictionary like collocation dictionary, but it is a dictionary of valency. So valency is the most useful shortcut to present the morphological and syntax information in a very short way. Yeah. So we have to, in this kind of dictionary, we have to put that pattern in the dictionary, but not too long and easy to see immediately. This is the lexicographic cost that we have to be concerned about this, because for language learners, they are not patient to search the abundant information that they do not need in the dictionary. So you have to make sure what kind of their need and what level they are in language learning. So there are more aspects to be considered in a dictionary like this. We have to consider about the competence level. Of course, I think for dictionary of valency like this, we have to consider about the use of the dictionary. It's not for beginner. It's for advanced learners, because you have to put much information about the morphology and syntactic in this dictionary. And also this dictionary is very much related to the corpus. Yeah, corpus is also play an important role in this kind of dictionary. So you have to make sure that you have a big corpus. Well, that's my comment about this because it is very interesting for me, and it's related very much to what I did in my research lately. Maybe you can find these articles about the Dictionary of Valency in Lexicography journal. And because this topic is very popular lately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu, for your comment. I think I agree most of the comment that you gave me. I realized that Valency Dictionary is a specialized dictionary. It is not for the beginner, I agree, maybe for the advanced learner. So we are trying our best to, let's say, to produce this kind of dictionary for Balinese. Of course, this will take a long time to do the revision and judgment. So, Ibu, why I did it in group discussion for native speakers, we wanted to get their judgment of the linguistic alternation of each verb, what they think, and they produce sentences and they discuss it. Later on, we look at the corpus to see how this form relates, okay? So, hopefully, we will be there, but I don't know when. Soon or later, we are going to produce such a dictionary. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you, Ibu Dora, for the question, and Pak Prahartawa for the response. We still have time. Yeah, Pak Praharka.
Thank you, Professor. Interesting, and your team. So I have suggestion or comments or combination of both. One is at least this stage, how long is your project for? I mean, this is kind of, I'm thinking about, this is a big project, given the scale, let's say Balinese, and then Valence, and then the available data, and also the overarching variables involved in this kind of research. Just I'm thinking about first thing first. For example, I think it's good to start with whatever that you outlined already. I think that's a good start. And then anyone doing project, usually just like us, we have, let's say, 2-year project or 3 years project. So the scale then be scaled down or measured depending on how much money you have you want to do, right? And how many research assistant you want to pay or how much, that kind of stuff. So depends on how long your project for this one. And then that's to start with. And then what is the one, I think Ibu already mentioned about the target users, okay, whether learners or beginners or just wider kind of linguists or students of linguistics. So let's narrow down the scale of the project. And then now the issue you mentioned about the theoretical basis, for example, and then how you arrive at the patterns. And we know that valence is a complex outcome of lexical semantics on one hand, okay, and also this grammatical overall grammar of the language, whether the language has case marking, whatever. Okay, we know that certain languages like, for example, Sumba languages where you have plenty of affixes like dative, accusative. For example, clitics, for example, the valence of accusative, then a P that is highly affected should be accusative, whereas the P that is less affected should be dative, for example. Balinese does not have that one. So the underlying affectedness, for example, is one variable that might wanna, for example, somebody like me wanna look at object, grammatical object, and semantics of affectedness and how it is marked in the valence structure, including the morphology, and comparing Balinese and for example, Sumba languages. So I'm thinking about a dictionary like you have in mind, whether if it is online and then you have the entry like dative or affectedness or object, whatever. So I click at object and then come with more sub patterns, that kind of users in mind that I have. But of course, as you mentioned, this needs expertise from Pak Chok, for example, database expert. So tell Pak Chok what you want, right? I mean, that's what we are doing in Enggano. So we linguists list what we want and then work with Pak Chok how the technology can help us. But we have to be clear first what we want. Otherwise, Pak Chok wouldn't be able to help, right? I mean, that's what we learn. And then the technology and the technology, computational technology is amazing now with AI, for example, now already, whether you want to have picture, diagram, that's adding more. So if you want to do that in, let's say, a 2-year project and be clear what you want, and then you have resources and the money, I think it would be amazing to have this online valence dictionary in Balinese by which I can click, for example, affectedness. I can get the information about examples from existing corpus, examples from elicitation, and patterns, possible patterns, and importantly, for example, with corpus, how frequency, how frequent, how usual, how unusual, for example, a particular pattern. With that statistics in mind, that would be very useful, your dictionary, for somebody like me who wanna have comparative topological research. So this is just my dream, that would be great to have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arka. That's my dream too. Okay, this will be the project for Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University. We have a number of staff. It depends on them how they propose the research. So, Ibu Dora, for the initial stage in Pak Arka, I got financial support from Balai Bahasa Bali. So we work together in this project, and the head of Balai Bahasa told me we can do some revision all the way after this initial stage. Okay. So hopefully we can manage. Honestly, I don't have the money with me today because the money is supported by Balai Bahasa Provinsi Bali. Maybe later on we also can apply grants to Udayana University with Pak Cho and Dede will in the team, hopefully. So we can, let's say, produce, like what you said, that is very ideal result. So I will leave this to Pak Raja, Pak Udayana, all the staff of Udayana, Faculty of Humanities, think about this and what you can do. And we haven't really discussed this in the faculty because the information that we will do this only in November. It's very late. In November last time from Balai Bahasa, and then what we did in the initial stage is inviting students from Bahasa Bali department to sit together in 2 days and to produce the initial data, intuitive data, and then we need to check it later on. There might be a number of complications there. I'm aware. I'm aware because like your Ibu suggestion of Pak Arka, probably the target user is the professional linguist. That's the first one. So linguists can use that. Okay. But since Balinese is taught at school, from primary until high school and the university, it might help us think how we will divide this kind of dictionary. Okay, thank you, Pak Arka, for your suggestion. Hopefully, we manage. I do need your support as well to produce. This is my dream, to have a balanced dictionary of Balinese before my retirement as a professor at Udayana. So I talked to the dean last time. This is the initial start. We can go on with what we are initiating. Thank you.
Okay, we still have 3 minutes. We would like to invite one more question. Okay, please.
Thank you very much, first of all, to Professor Artawe and teams for conducting this project. I think many stakeholders, especially students, will be very beneficial of this project. My question is regarding this fallacy and also the examples that will guide the learners of how to use the verbs in the correct sentences. Do you distinguish the canonical and non-canonical examples or sentences in Balinese? Because from my experience attending a seminar about Balinese book, there was a reviewer that questioned about whether or not the examples are canonical or whether or not the examples in the book are applicable in Balinese language in general, or is it just limited to one area? For example, certain structure is more known in one area compared to another, so it'll be less popular. And then when people from other area read the books, they will think it's kind of unique and or unique in a negative way. So they think that it will not be very promising in the future for them as their guidance. So to simplify my question, do you distinguish the canonical and non-canonical sentences in this dictionary later on? Thank you very much.
The term themselves also give me problem. But anyway, we try our best to formulate how we list the name of the construction. And like suggestion Pak Arka, we also need to look at the frequencies and everything. I'm aware that we come from different area, different dialects of Balinese. So in this dictionary, we also have, let's say, a kind of revitalizing archaic word which are not in use anymore. We try to use that kind of word as well. So it's kind of revitalization of Balinese, because some words are not known maybe to generation age 20s or whatever. They don't know that kind of word. We try to use that kind of word also as in the example constructed by native speakers, because they are not, I check it, they are not available in the corpus. That kind of revitalization of the language is in one way. So thanks, Vayu, for the question. There could be, let's see what we can do. You is also responsible, right? So I need help from everybody. I need help from everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Prof. Artawa, for sharing your expertise. This is the end of the second talk, and please give applause to Pak Prof. Artawa. Yeah. Okay, this is the end of the second talk, and I over to MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ketut Artawa, MA, PhD, and our moderator, Dr. Nimade Ayu Widyasuti, SSM Hum, for the very insightful talk regarding the Balinese Valency Dictionary. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for our second speaker and moderator. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next talk, we will have a break for lunch. And we invite all of the guests and also participants to enjoy the lunch that has been prepared by the committee in front of this meeting room. And after lunch, please kindly be back in the meeting room as we will continue the session at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
Setiap malam kau datang dan hadir di mimpiku. Rindu dan waktu kan menjawab pertemuanku dan dirimu hingga sampai kini aku masih ada di sini. Ku hanya diam mengenggam menahan segala kerinduan, memanggil namamu di setiap malam. Ingin kau datang dan hadir di mimpiku. Bayangku akan selalu bersandar di hatiku. Janjiku pastikan pulang bersamamu. Kerinduan tiap malam ingin kau datang dan hadir di mimpiku. Ku hanya diam menggenggam menahan segala kerinduan, memanggil namamu di setiap malam. Ingin kau datang dan hadir di mimpiku. Selalu di mimpiku. Rindu
Jarak antara kita ini semakin terasa setelah kau kenal dia. Aku tiada percaya teganya kau putuskan indahnya cinta kita. Tak ingin ku akhiri. Tak
Entah semua katakan maaf semua harus terjadi. Kau tak sendiri lagi. Aku akan coba pahami. Aku sudah tak marah, walau masih teringat semua yang terjadi kemarin. Jadi aku yang hari ini aku sudah tak benci, walau nyatanya mungkin terdengar tidaknya kata maaf, tiada lapang terima semua akan ada masa depan bagi semua yang bertahan. Duniaku pernah hancur, rangkai lagi satu-satu. Bagi semua yang bertahan, duniaku pernah hancur, rangkai lagi satu-satu. Akan ada masa depan bagi semua yang bertahan. Duniaku pernah hancur, rangkai lagi satu-satu. Rangkai lagi satu-satu.
Apapun lagi takkan sanggup dengan yang terjadi pada kita. Jika melupakan hal yang mudah, kita akan berat membuat hati memberat. Kalau aku lihat kau cinta ini dan terus memiliki. Ya aku bisa cinta yang jika Ku akan merubah takdir cinta yang ku pilih, meskipun tak mungkin. Bawa kamu. Bawa kamu lewat mesin waktu.
Lihatlah luka ini yang sakitnya abadi, yang terbalut hangatnya bekas pelukmu. Aku tak akan lupa, tak akan pernah bisa tentang apa yang harus memisahkan kita. Di saat ku tertatih tanpa kau di sini, kau tetap ku nanti demi keyakinan ini. Jika memang dirimulah tulang rusukku, kau akan kembali pada tubuh ini. Ku akan tua dan mati dalam pelukmu. Untukmu seluruh nafas ini. Kita telah lewati rasa yang pernah mati. Bukan hal baru bila kau tinggalkan aku. Apa kita mencari jalan untuk kembali, takdir cinta yang menuntunmu kembali padaku. Di saat ku tertatih tanpa kau di sini, kau tetap ku nanti demi keyakinan ini. Jika memang kau terlahir hanya untukku, bawalah hatiku dan lekas kembali. Nikmati rindu yang datang membunuhku. Untukmu seluruh nafas ini. Ini yang terakhir, ini yang terakhir. Takkan ku sia-siakan hidupmu lagi. Dan ini yang terakhir, ini yang terakhir. takkan ku sia-siakan hidupmu lagi. Jika memang dirimulah tulang rusukku, kau akan kembali pada tubuh ini. Kau akan tua dan mati dalam pelukku. Untukmu seluruh nafas ini. Jika memang kau terlahir hanya untukku, bawalah hatiku dan lekas kembali. Menikmati rindu yang datang membunuhku. Untukmu seluruh nafas ini. Untukmu seluruh nafas ini.
Ku mengerti perjalanan hidup yang kini kau lalui. Ku berharap meski berat kau tak merasa sendiri. Kau telah berjuang menaklukkan hari-harimu yang tak ada. Biar ku menemanimu membasuh lelahmu. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka, hingga kau bahagia. Aku di sini, walau letih coba lagi jangan berhenti. Ku berharap meski berat kau tak merasa sendiri. Kau telah berjuang menaklukkan hari-harimu yang tak indah. Biar ku menemanimu membasuh lelahmu. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka, hingga kau bahagia. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, menemanimu yang terluka hingga kau bahagia. Hingga kau bahagia.
Melihat semuanya berubah. Mengapa kau tak tahu bagaimana hati ini tanpamu? Cintamu, oh di mana aku bisa temui dirimu. Dulu cinta dan anggap aku ada. Jika kau minta aku menjauh, hilang dari seluruh memori indahmu. Kan ku lakukan semua, walau tak mungkin sanggup bohongi hatiku. Oh, di mana aku bisa temui dirimu. Yang dulu cinta dan anggap aku ada. Jika kau meminta aku menjauh, hilang dari seluruh memori indahmu. Dan ku lakukan semua, walau tak mungkin sanggup bohongi hatiku. Saat ku rindu, coba tak rindu, demi bahagiamu yang tak membutuhkanku. Entah sampai di mana sanggup kan bertahan, tak bisa tanpamu. Ya tak mungkin kau menemukan yang sama lagi. Tulus hati seperti yang aku miliki. Jika kau minta aku menjauh, hilang dari seluruh memori indah. Aku lakukan semua, walau tak mungkin sanggup bohongi hatiku. Saat ku rindu, ku coba tak rindu, demi bahagiamu yang tak membutuhkanku. Sampai di mana aku sanggup bertahan, tak bisa tanpamu. sendiri, kulihat foto dan video bersama yang telah ku simpan. Hancur hati ini melihat semua gambar diri yang tak bisa kembali. Ku ingin saat ini engkau ada di sini, tertawa bersamaku seperti dulu lagi. Walau hanya sebentar, Tuhan tolong kabulkanlah. Bukannya tak terima kenyataan, hati ini hanya rindu. Segala cara telah ku coba agar ku bisa tanpa dirimu. Dan semua berbeda, sulit untuk menghapus kenangan bersamamu. Ingat saat engkau ada di sini, tertawa bersamaku seperti dulu lagi. Walau hanya sebentar, Tuhan tolong kabulkan. Tak terima kenyataan, hati ini hanya rindu. Oh. Walau hanya sebentar, Tuhan tolong kabulkanlah. Bukannya diri ini tak terima kenyataan. Bukannya tak terima kenyataan, hati ini hanya rindu. Ku rindu senyummu, Ibu. Jujur saja ku tak mampu hilangkan wajahmu di hatiku, meski malam mengganggu. Hilangkan senyum di mataku. Ku sadari aku cinta padamu. Meski bukan yang pertama di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik untukmu. Meski ku bukan bintang di langit, tapi cintaku yang terbaik. Jujur saja ku tak mampu untuk menjauh dan di hatiku berakhir. Kau tak di sampingku setiap waktu. Ku sadari itu. Di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik. Bintang di langit, tapi cintaku yang terbaik. Di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik. Waktu demi waktu, hari demi hari.
Rindu sudah, ku tak mendengar suara. Dari kejauhan tergambar cerita tentang kita, bisa jarak dan waktu. Ingin ku ungkapkan rinduku lewat kata indah. tak cukup untuk dirimu, sebab kau terlalu indah dari sekedar kata. Dunia berhenti sejenak menikmati indahmu. Dan apabila bersamamu, ku pastikan jalani dunia tak seindah kemarin. Sederhana, tertawamu sudah cukup lengkapi sempurnanya bersama. Jika hariku lalui tanpa hawamu, percuma senyumku dengan dia. Bila bersamamu, pastikan ku jalani dunia seindah kemarin. Sederhana, tertawamu sudah cukup lengkapi sempurna hidup bersama. Apabila tak bersamamu, pastikan ku jalani dunia tak seindah kemarin. Sederhana, tertawamu sudah cukup lengkapi sempurnanya hidup bersama. Sebab kau terlalu indah dari sekedar kata. Dunia berhenti sejenak menikmati indahmu. Rindu sudah, ku tak mendengar suara, ku tak lagi lihat senyuman. It's been a long without you, my friend. You think that I will always learn. Said some things that I should never say. Yeah, I broke my heart like someone did to mine. Now you wanna love me for a second time. Oh no, I want to see your tears for another. I realize that I'm much too late. You deserve someone better. Oh,
For a while there it was rough, but lately I've been doing better than the last 4 cold Decembers I recall. And I see my family every month. I found a girl my parents love. She'll come and stay the night, and I think I might have it all. And I thank God every day for the girl he sent my way. But I know the things he gives, he can take away. And I hold you every night. That's a feeling I wanna get used to. But there's no man as terrified as the man who stands to lose you. Oh, I hope I don't lose you. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things. Please don't take. I found my mind, I'm seeing the same. It's been a while, but I'm finding my faith. If everything's good and it's great, why do I sit and wait till it's gone? Oh, I tell you, I know I got enough. I've got this and I'm dying, but I'm thinking I just might lose it all. Hey, I want you, I need you, oh God. I need these beautiful things that I've got. Oh, oh, you know you love me, I know you care. Shout whenever, and I'll be there. You are my love, you are my heart, and we will never, ever, ever be apart. Are we an item? We're playing. We're just friends. What are you saying?
Aku mengerti perjalanan hidup yang kini kau lalui. Ku berharap meski berat kau tak merasa sendiri. Kau telah berjuang menaklukkan hari-harimu yang tak ada. Biar ku menemanimu membasuh lelahmu. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka, hingga kau bahagia. Aku di sini, walau letih coba lagi jangan berhenti. Ku berharap meski berat kau tak merasa sendiri. Kau telah berjuang menaklukkan hari-harimu yang tak indah. Biar ku menemanimu membasuh lelahmu. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka, hingga kau bahagia. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam,
bawa
It's a lot
kamu
sign.
bintang-bintang untuk temanimu yang
Oh,
terluka hingga kau bahagia. Hingga kau bahagia.
Lihatlah luka ini yang sakitnya abadi, yang terbelut hangatnya bekas pelukmu. Aku tak akan lupa, tak akan pernah bisa tentang apa yang harus memisahkan kita. Di saat ku tertatih tanpa kau di sini, kau tetap ku nanti demi keyakinan ini. Jika memang dirimulah tulang rusukku, kau akan kembali pada tubuh ini. Ku akan tua dan mati dalam pelukmu.
May I have your attention, please? We will continue to the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back at the second room of the Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University. And we will continue our talk with a presentation from our third speaker, Dr. Dora Amalia, with a topic of lexicographic landscape in Indonesia. And the session will be moderated by, once again, Dr. Nimade Ayu Widyastuti SSM Hum. And we would like to invite Dr. Dora Amalia as well as Dr. Ayu Widyastuti to the stage. To Dr. Ayu, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Novita, for the time given. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back again to the third session. Thank you very much for joining us for this important discussion. Good afternoon, Ibu Dora, Dr. Dora Amalia. Ibu Dr. Dora is the speaker of the third talk. Welcome to the Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University. And thank you for coming and sharing your expertise here. Okay, let me introduce our distinguished speaker. Ibu Dr. Dora Amalia holds a doctoral degree in linguistics from Universitas Udayana in 2014. Oh, sorry, from Universitas Indonesia. Maaf ngelag. Universitas Indonesia in 2014. I'm so sorry, Ibu. And is currently holding the position of Widya Basa Ahli Madya, Pusat Pengembangan dan Pelindungan Bahasa dan Sastra Badan Bahasa. She had professional training in lexicography and lexicology by Pusat Bahasa in 2006, leadership training by Lembaga Administrasi Negara in 2019, organizational training by New College University of Toronto in 2024, functional position strengthening by Pusdiklat Kemendikbudristek in 2024. She has been the editor-in-chief of Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia, or KBBI, editions 5 and 6 since 2018 until now. She was the consultant of various dictionary projects, including Kamus Bahasa Melayu Palembang, Indonesia, in Kamus Bahasa Amungkal Indonesia in 2016, Kamus Bahasa Kamoro Indonesia in 2016, and Kamus Kosa Isyarat Keislaman in 2023. She has participated as speakers in numerous seminars and conferences on lexicography, including eLex in 2017 and Asia Lex in 2024. She has also published articles, and two of them are the use of verb valency patterns in the Indonesian Monolingual Learners Dictionary and towards 200,000 entries in KBBI, challenges and opportunities. She has been recognized with prestigious awards, including Indonesian Language Champion, Oxford University Press in 2016, and the first place of the Best Employee category given by the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education level in 2024. Yeah, with numerous professional experience and achievements, Ibu Dr. Dora Amalia will bring invaluable insights to her presentation on lexicography landscape on regional languages in Indonesia. And the session will last for 1 hour. Ibu Dora, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bu Ayu, for the introduction. And good day, everyone. Distinguished guests, Professor Arke, Professor Artawe, Professor Arwono, and Professor Mary Dalrymple, and all participants. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's truly my honor to be part of this seminar. And today I'm excited to dive into landscape of lexicography in Indonesia. I want to talk about the broad pictures of lexicography practice and academic activities as well. I hope that what I will share will spark some interesting discussion. And so today we will explore the journey and the future of lexicography in Indonesia, both the practical and theoretical aspects of the lexicography in our country. Delve into its rich history, understand the mission of Badan Bahasa, and highlight our ongoing efforts and our major projects. We will also discuss future directions, including our plans to collaborate with external partners. So let's begin with examining the landscape of practical and theoretical lexicography in Indonesia. Over the past few decades, we have made significant efforts in this field, aligning ourselves with global trends and integrating modern methodologies. So in Indonesia, the two sides of lexicography didn't develop at the same pace. Practical lexicography, which is all about actually making dictionaries, go a head start with bilingual dictionaries. this was because there was a specific need for practical communication for foreigners or explorers coming to the Indonesian archipelago, where they were there for trade or for missionary purpose or to spread religion. So here are the sorry. So we've seen some incredible progress also in the field of lexicography here in Indonesia. And around 20 years ago, I think lexicography started being offered as a subject in universities. This shift really opened the door for deeper academic exploration. And additionally, we've seen the rise of seminars and conferences and academic journal dedicated to lexicography. And these platforms have become spaces for scholars and enthusiasts to meet, to share insight, and to exchange ideas to fuel the development of this lexicography. And we move to the history of lexicography in Indonesia. Dates back to the creation of bilingual dictionaries for exploration and missionary work in 150s. Since then, we have seen the development of monolingual dictionaries and the emergence of lexicography as an academic discipline. As you can see from this slide, the history of lexicography in Indonesia started with explorers such as Pigafetta and Frederick de Houtman and Caspar Wiltons and Sebastian Dankerts. They compiled a word list, what we call a dictionary nowadays. It's actually only very limited entries of a word list. And they made that to communicate easier to the local people in Indonesia or in the archipelago. This is one of those early dictionaries. Moving forward to 1940s, a significant milestone was reached when monolingual dictionary was compiled by Indonesian native. Yeah, and in fact, regarding the KBBI nowadays, there are 3 key monolingual dictionaries that laid the groundwork for our current KBBI. And the pioneer works are by Harahap, Sultan Harahap, and Muhammad Zain, and also the well-known lexicographer Purwadarminta. So these important works are the pioneer of the KBBI that we know nowadays. And next, I want to talk about mission of Badan Bahasa. So Badan Bahasa carries the mission to promote and develop both the national language, which is Badan Bahasa Indonesia, and languages in Indonesia, regional languages in Indonesia. And our commitment to this mission drives all of our efforts and initiatives. So it is crucial given the linguistic diversity across the country. There are more than 700 languages, local languages or regional languages, according to the language mapping program done by Badan Bahasa. So a key initiative to this mission is the compilation of the dictionaries. This is This program remains a major focus for the Badan Bahasa, and extend its branch offices in 30 provinces across Indonesia. And since 1977, a significant achievement has been the compilation of 173 regional language dictionaries. So if you access the repository of Kemendikbud, you can access it now. You will, and you put the keywords kamus, you will present, you will find more than 300 kamus or dictionaries in PDF format. You can freely download it. And then most of these dictionaries have been produced in printed format, unfortunately, and contributing greatly to the documentation and preservation of our diverse linguistic heritage. So by compiling these dictionaries, Badan Bahasa not only supports the survival or the survival of regional languages, but also provides valuable resources for education and cultural preservation. And this ongoing effort ensures that future generation can access and appreciate the rich linguistic of Indonesia. So what I put here, the blue one, is the address that you can access to where you will find the dictionaries of local languages, more than 300, and also it comes with the morphological and syntactic system, or you can search by put the keyword system morphology or morphology bahasa, and you will find more than, I think, 800. Yeah, of course, it is a very raw findings, but you can select from that. Yeah, you can download for free. And our efforts in Badan Bahasa, are multifaceted and encompass various programs and initiatives. We have conducted numerous trainings, workshops, and to enhance the skills of our lexicographers. These include master classes and guest lectures from by a prominent lexicographer, and internal workshop for our team, our lexicography team in Badan Bahasa. Now, let's take a closer look at the comprehensive efforts for the master class of lexicography, for example. Mas Gede was one of the participants at that time. And this master class held in 2023 and represent a significant leap forward the advancing the skills and knowledge of our lexicographers. It was a 7 days workshop, and it provides in-depth training on the latest methodologies and practices in lexicography. And we also held guest lectures. We have been fortunate to host prominent experts who have shared their invaluable insight and expertise. For instance, Mike Randall from Macmillan Dictionary, He delivered a captivating lecture in 2018, The Lexicographic Landscape and the State of the Art in Dictionary Making. His session provided a comprehensive overview of contemporary practice and emerging trends in dictionary making. And we also had Pedro Vertes from Spain with his lecture on terminology and the dynamics of terms, offering a deep dive into the evolution and management of terminological data. And besides that, we also held internal lexicography workshop, what we call Bengkel Lexicography or Bimbingan Teknis Lexicography. They are specialized workshops tailored for our lexicographer team in Badan Bahasa. And these internal sessions focus on practical skills, addressing specific challenges in lexicography and fostering a collaborative learning environment among our team members. And we also held short courses on foreign language morphology. It is useful for us to deal with etymology project of dictionary making. So understanding the morphology of various languages is crucial, and we organize short course covering language such as Latin, Old Japanese, and Arabic. And soon we will hold a short course for Japanese and also Chinese. So through this initiative, Badan Bahasa demonstrate its commitment to the professional development of our lexicographer by continually investing in training and education. We aim to uphold the highest standards in lexicography. Next, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So this is our dissemination programs, seminars and conferences such as what we hold annually, Seminar Lexicography Indonesia, or SLI, play a crucial role in sharing knowledge and fostering discussion. And we also actively participate in international conferences and contribute to specialized journal. We had, for SLI, we had a 4-year absent from holding seminar due to the COVID. And in 2021, we hosted the ASEALEC conference in Jakarta. And after that, we also, were also absent, and the latest seminar of lexicography or SLI is in 2023 with the topic lexicography, teori dan penerapannya. And also we, in that seminar, we want to provide a comprehensive overview, both theoretical frameworks and practical implementation in the field. We also participate actively in Lex family conferences, AsiaLex, AfriLex, but not yet Australex. Actually, there is an Australex conference. And in AsiaLex, for example, we've been active participant since 2013 continually contributing to this important platform for lexicographers across Asia. And ELEX in 2017, we participated ELEX, where we explore electronic lexicography and the advancement in digital dictionary source. And for Afrilex and Neuralex, we also expand our engagement to the African and European lexicography community. And we will be the host for AsiaLex Conference, International Conference of AsiaLex in 2026 in Yogyakarta. So you are welcome to participate in the seminar. Next is our main project. So among our major project, the development of regional corpora. So our project, one of the major project, is the Indonesian Vocabulary Enrichment Program. So the purpose of the project is to enrich the entries of KBBI from regional language resources. And the activity is activities involved our regional language vocabulary inventory. This is to collect and select the potential entry or potential vocabulary for local languages. And after that, we hold a workshop for the inventory to verify the selected vocabulary. And at the end, we hold regional language commission meeting to validate the selected vocabulary to be input into the KBBA entry proposal. And the result that we expected from this program, that the accepted word list to be input to aplikasi kompilasi kamus. Yeah. And this is what we call dictionary compilasi, to integrate all the data into a single database application. Aplikasi kompilasi kamus is integrated with the online version of KBBI, and KBBI serves as the central hub for all regional language data, connecting various applications within an interconnected network. You can explore it by click or by the address. But also in doing that, we face challenges. One of key challenge is converting printed format dictionaries into digital form. And also we have to deal with the microstructures of these dictionaries are not uniform, are not the same, which adds complexity to the integration process. And also, additionally, the electric formats currently use different platform. We use Lexic Pro for dictionary of regional languages, and which requires careful handling to ensure the compatibility with our KBBI application. So by addressing this challenge, we aim to create a cohesive and comprehensive database that will significantly enhance the accessibility and the utility of our linguistic resource. And what I'm showing you here is what our colleague Lutfita Nianita highlighted, the complexity of digitizing regional language data in their, and they write the article in Asia Lexicography journal. So you can see from this that this is the general workflow of the digitization process. It is very long process. And to give you more picture of this, you can see that we have to deal with this printed dictionary condition in PDF format like this. How we can deal this condition. And it is for format dictionary that hundreds of them like this. And also we have to deal with various abbreviation or labels for morphology and usage information like this. For example, we found abbreviation of N, G, J, and N, G for in Kamus Bugis Indonesia in 1977. And also in the same dictionary, we found cross sign to show that the word is now longer in use. Yeah. And for in another dictionary, for example, in Kamus Angkola Mandailing, we also find TDK, tidak, for tidak diketahui or unknown. I don't know what does it mean unknown here. Is it unknown word or the word is no longer in use? We don't know yet. And we also have to deal with the question sign or question mark in Kamus Bali Kuno Indonesia, published in 1985. So this is what we have to deal with the format dictionary to build a database for all regional language dictionaries that we have. And the next major project, it's another project, is the development of what we call CODA. CODA stands for Corpus Daerah. Because we have COIN, Corpus Indonesia. So this is CODA, Corpus Indonesia, Daerah. The primary aim of the CODA project is to document regional languages comprehensively. We hope, yeah. This corpus will not only serve as a valuable resource for preserving these languages, but will also encourage the compilation of the dictionary based on the collected data. So corpus-based dictionary, that's what we encourage our team in our branch office. And the ground in 2024, the groundwork for this project began, and it focused on the preparation and the setting the stage for the subsequent phases. And for this year to 2029, we will focus on developing the necessary application to create and manage the corpus, and also we be involved in extensive data analysis and input, ensuring that the corpus is both accurate and comprehensive. And by the end of this project, we aim to have a robust and detailed corpus that will significantly contribute to the preservation and study of nation rich linguistic heritage. So let's move to the future direction. So we recognize the importance of collaboration and cooperation with external parties. So lexicography is like a multidisciplinary field working together with experts and organizational organization will help us achieve our goal more effectively. And the importance of the collaboration is also help us to speed up our target to fulfill. And our partnership with Lexicom, for example, began in 2024. We began the collaboration with Lexicom. It is a digital language data processing company with many word-renowned dictionary publisher to be its clients. And we also invited Lexicon to lead the lexicography masterclass, and also cooperation or collaborating with Lexicon involved in terms of utilizing Sketch Engine to process Indonesian language corpus. In Sketch Engine, there is a large Indonesian corpus, billions, I think for more than 4 billions words in Sketch Engine nowadays of Indonesian corpus, in Indonesian corpus. And also it involved generating and filtering entries. So creating potential candidate entries and filtering them against the existing entries in KBBI. So we receive much assistance for this because most of the process is done automatically. And also the providing definition and examples. Definition are generated from the corpus along the example sentences, and all what we do only in final editing. So Badan Bahasa role is to perform the final editing to streamline the process significantly. And the outcomes in 2024, this automated method resulted in addition of 30,000 new entries to the KBBI during 2024. It's a very big number of entries addition, actually. And in conclusion, so while the tradition of modern lexicography in Indonesia is relatively new, we have made progress by embracing information technology and fostering collaboration. We aim to preserve our linguistic heritage and contribute to the global lexicographic community. And also, the more parties involved, the better. So we are very welcome to collaborate with external parties. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Dora Amalia, for the insightful presentation and information. Now we will open the floor for questions and discussion. We would like to invite the participants to ask questions. Yes, please, Bapak Prof. Udayana.
Good afternoon. I don't know what to ask actually, but that I'm trying my best to ask you a question. Lexicography. Yeah, so I have seen some development in dictionary making in Indonesia that you have the information also of the lexical category in a dictionary. So you have, okay, standard dictionary, you have phonetic information, you've got the lexical category information, and you've got also balance information in the dictionary, in a lexical entry, I mean. But here, for example, my criticism in Kamus Sabda, which is also related to KBBI, for example, here, in terms of the, let's say, lexical category. So I think that you do not have any kind of, let's say, comparative study also in dictionary, Oxford Dictionary, for example. So you add information about, let's say, concerning, for example. So concern can be a verb, but concerning can be a preposition. Yeah. So a case in point I find, for example, in kena, mengenai. So it must be treated as a preposition because saya tahu mengenai buku itu, something like that. But then here in KBBI or in Kamus Sabda, for example, it is yang mengenai, it is a verb. But well, it is a noun, but it is actually a verb of some kind. It is not a noun per se. So how can you said just now that in decision making, for example, it involves people from multiple discipline, not just from, let's say, even in linguistic, we have morphology people, we have the syntactic people, we have information structure people, something like that, right? So what do you think about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what you are talking about the etymology project, right?
No, it is lexical category information in a dictionary.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in KBBI, we follow the ejaan yang disempurnakan or EYD. We have to follow the rules of Bahasa Indonesia according to the EYD. So in terms of kena, you talk about that, yeah, kena in Bahasa Indonesia. Yeah, it's categorized as verb. Yeah, of course. So it's ke there, it's not preposition. It's mengenai is formed by add prefix meng to and also suffix e.
In a certain context. So like the way we have in English, for example, concerning, it is not a verb per se, it is used as a preposition.
Agree, but
Derived preposition.
yeah, but in dictionary, we have to put some category label for that. So the most suitable, the correct one is to put V label for verb. So that's the dictionary do for to show or to inform the morphological information, just to use the label for that. So I don't see any problem here in Bahasa Indonesia.
Like concerning by in English.
Mhm.
So there is a kind of, there's a move forward in English of concerning, it is not, it is lexicalized as a preposition.
Mhm.
But mengenai is a preposition, but it is not a verb.
I see.
Yeah.
We have okay. I have to look the KBBI. Mengenai have to actually have to two different categories, like verb from derived from a word kena, and also it stands for itself to preposition class.
Prefix marker, it is kenai, right? Yeah, but mengenai it is lexicalized as a preposition, not a verb anymore.
It's also verb. Mengenai lemparannya mengenai. I see. Yeah, if you look at the KBBI, we list 4 different polysem there. So mengenai is kena pada sasarannya, and also menyentuh, it is verb. And berkenaan, it is preposition. And also we put another sense for that in informal or in informal sense is menyetubuhi mengenai. So I think we have done right here in KBBI regarding the word mengenai. Yeah.
Check. Okay, sorry to interrupt. I'm Dendi. When I saw the website that Pak Nyoman opened here is actually I don't know exactly is it the product of Badan Bahasa or not, because this is sabda.org. So I don't know is it product of Badan Bahasa or not. But and then I confirmed to them that Badan Bahasa has the specific website for the dictionary itself, like kbbi.kemdikbud.go.id. So it's different actually. But yeah, the phenomenon that Pak Nyoman found is from that website. Yeah.
Thank you for your explanation. So that explains thing that yeah, we are competing with other dictionaries online dictionaries website, and unfortunately the Sabda and one there's another one KBBA web ID is our main competitor. But I suggest that you access our official website. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for the question, Pak Prof. Udayana, and the clarification from Ibu Dr. Dora. I would like to invite other participants to ask questions. Yes, Pak Prof. Artau, please.
Thank you, Bu Ayu, and thank you, Bu Dora. This is not actually a question, but some information that I get from KBBI when I did a research on lexical items in that dictionary. So there is no consistency regarding to the syntactic category given in that dictionary. So my counting is I'm looking for the bound form because in dictionary it's not clear. Sometimes it is labeled as noun, sometimes it is verb. Okay, so I count them. I think I got almost 296, the bound form, which I call it, that bound form cannot be used in syntax or in a clause. So I search that form in a corpus. So I have the morphology of bound form in Indonesian based on the corpus data. So I just want to inform you that is difficult for us. Sometimes it is a verb, sometimes it is a noun, sometimes it is not noted at all. That's my observation. It might be wrong. That's my judgment for looking at the morphological processes of the verb given in the dictionary. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Artawa. Well, consistency is the big problem in dictionary making. When we come to the problem, we have to look back to the AED or any Indonesian grammatical rule. But in dictionary making also, we have a convention, what we call convention. For example, we put the phrase like tanggung jawab to be the main entry. It is not, we cannot actually morphologically or syntactically, it is, we cannot put the criteria or category, I'm sorry, category for that phrase, tanggung jawab. But in KBBI convention, we take that phrase like tanggung jawab, meja hijau, and the other similar phrase to be the main entry, because the phrase derive word like memeja hijaukan or bertanggung jawab. So the status of the phrase become the main entry, and we have to put category for that. So it is the convention in dictionary making. I think for the other dictionary and also in their editorial policy, they have to make a convention. And sometimes the convention is against the rules. For example, in definition, we omit the dot after the abbreviation like DLL, DST, it's something like that, because of the practical reason. In KBBI, in version of KBBI, by eliminating the dots, it will save spaces. So it's again grammatical rules, but it's the convention that we have to obey. So I think that's what I can explain to you.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm looking at from lexicology point of view, not lexicography, because my aim is different. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next question. Yes, Pak Pravarga.
Thank you. That's interesting. So I may have missed your point regarding regional dictionaries, is that? So can you elaborate more about that project in terms of priority? How you define region and then the language, and then what sort of thing that have in mind of the project? And is there any progress and the outcome that we can have a look at? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will show you the list of our regional dictionaries, languages dictionary. So. Meanwhile, maybe I will talk about the first major project in dictionary making of local languages. It starts from 1977 in Badan Bahasa. It involves all of the branch offices team in 30 provinces in Indonesia. We are aware about the quality, of course, but it is the best we can do to try to document as many as possible the local language dictionaries. So the language have documentation, has been documented. So I lost my, sorry. So this is the What I said before about 173 dictionary of local languages is here. The detail is here. Can you see that? So the oldest one is from 1977, like this, Kamus Banjar Indonesia. And the most recent one is in 2024, I think. We have also 2022. And a dictionary making for local languages or regional languages is still our major project until now, because among the more than 700 local languages or regional languages, we have only 173 dictionary for them. Oh, this is the most recent one. We have also the digital one, like this, Kamus Digital Komring Indonesia, and also, oh, the digital one is, you can see it from the column E here, and Kamus Bergambar Aceh Indonesia, it's also a digital one, and also this, Kamus Bergambar Gorontalo Indonesia. And for one regional languages, we can make different dictionaries. For example, dictionary for students, picture dictionaries, or even cultural words dictionaries for culinary and something like that. So the project is still going on now, and still the major project of Badan Bahasa in documenting regional languages.
Okay, thank you, Ibu. And we still have 5 minutes. We would like to invite the participants, other participants to ask questions. No more questions? Okay, yeah, please, Pak Prof.
I'm curious about the integration of, we have raised questions about interface of lexicon, dictionary, and grammar, surveillance earlier. So I'm wondering, I haven't been, in the discussion with the Badan Bahasa about the committee or the group of experts that responsible for one regularly checking and improving the KBBI, including, for example, how to determine word classes, for example, which is not easy because you cannot have just lexicographic knowledge or expertise in that. You should have some sort of expert in other areas, right? So what's the composition of the committee of the KBBI in Jakarta?
Well, we regularly hold editorial meeting right before the updating KBBI every April and October, so twice a year. And in that meeting, we invite the external experts. For example, from BRIN, we invited experts on birds and also the zoologies from BRIN to check the definition of the entry. And we also, once we also invited religion pemuka agama, yeah, from Hindu, Buddha, to check the definition of the KBBI. So we are not working alone. Yeah, we invite the external experts to make sure the information we put in KBBI is correct. Because KBBI nowadays is not just only dictionary, but it's also used as the reference if somebody have to deal with the um, police case in um, yeah, political case, like if you remember about the pulang kampung and mudik, they refer to KBBI about the definition and also the word sontoloyo, if you remember that. They also check the KBBI. And the definition of perempuan in KBBI is always the big issue for the feminists. They are not satisfied about how KBBI define perempuan in the entry. So we have to deal with it, and we invite the Komnas Perempuan to so we have a meeting and we explain how the process of dictionary making, how to make a definition, and regarding the word perempuan in Bahasa Indonesia, it also refer to the sex and also refer to the gender. So we don't have an like English female for the sex and woman for the gender or the social construction sense. So yeah, that's what KBBI now. So we have to be very careful to put the correct information, and for doing to that we invite the external expert regularly, twice a year.
Okay, yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Dora Amalia, and to all the participants. This is the end of. Ini suara apa? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I don't know what was happening with this device. So this is the end of our third talk, and thank you very much once again to Ibu Dr. Dora Amalia, and thank you very much and good afternoon. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dora Amalia, and also our moderator, Dr. Ayu Widyastuti, for the very insightful talk regarding the lexicographic landscape in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for our third speaker and moderator. And ladies and gentlemen, while preparing for our next talk, we will have a short break, probably 5 to 10 minutes. And we invite all of the guests and participants to enjoy the refreshments that we have prepared for you. And we will begin our last session at 14:10. Thank you, everyone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed to our last but not least talk of our today's research talk. And our last session will be presented by Professor DRS Iwayan Arke, MA PhD, with a topic entitled The Multidimensionality of the Enggano Projects. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Ikomang Sumariana Putra as SMO. And without any further ado, we'll hand it over to our moderator, Mr. Komang. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. How's the snack? All good, okay? So we continue to the, like the MC said, last but not least, but everybody is waiting for this. Am I correct? Okay, so here is Iwayan Arka. So I need to read a brief about him. So he is researcher and also lecturer at our beloved university, Udayana University, and also, okay, a professor of linguistics at the College of Asia and the Pacific, or CAP, at the Australian National University, NU, with 20 plus years experiences in language documentation, especially in Austronesian and also a Papuan language in Indonesia. And also recently, he is the only Indonesian researcher who's got the FASA and FAHA. What is that? FASA is the fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences in Australia in November 2021, and also got the fellow of the Australian Academy of Humanity, or FAHA, in November 2022. So please give an applause, everyone. Pak Wayan, time is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Pak Komang, for the introduction. This is the last session, so then we can go home. So what I'm going to talk about today, most of the points are familiar with, especially for the team members of our project, but some of the information might be new. So at this last session, I would like to look back at our Enggano projects, 2 or 3 actually projects related to Enggano, provide you with some background in terms of, for example, why we chose Enggano, and then reflect back to the achievements, challenges, and the issues, remaining issues that we have had so far, and then and then looking at one particular aspect of the project that of my interest, looking at voice system. If you are doing Austronesian linguistics, you cannot do without looking at Austronesian voice system. So maybe boring for certain people, but let's see. And then concluding remarks, right? So intro, some background, okay? So we already saw this map from Brad's presentation earlier. So Enggano is far away here, okay? A dot here, the southernmost island in the Barrier Island regions. Enggano, I learned something about Enggano when I did my PhD long time ago, 1994, actually a bit earlier, when I did my master MPhil at Sydney Uni. My supervisor, Bill Foley, talked about Enggano, okay, in one of his lectures, and then talk about Terry Crowley, already passed away now, a New Zealander linguist, wanting to look at Enggano. Actually, then he translated and produced that document, a grammar of Enggano. So in 1990s, I learned something about Enggano, exotic language, kind of controversial whether it's Austronesian or not. I was going to do something on that, looking at the maps far away. And then this is just personal. And then at the time I had a very narrow, if you want to do a PhD within 3.5 years ago, so it's within 3.5 years. So you want to have very quick and making sure that you finish within the project. So I ended up doing Balinese. Okay. So for practical reason and also kind of more theoretical. So yeah, Enggano has been around in my mind for a long time. So then at one point when Mary tried to look at a new project, and we have had collaboration earlier in, let's say, in the 2012 or 13, blah, 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 around 15, we put in projects on different parts of Indonesia. And then we decided to look at Enggano on my recommendation because that reflected my interest in Enggano. And also another practical thing at the time was that going to West Papua would be hard for somebody like Mary to get a visa. So we just look at Enggano, and then we did a scoping trip there in 2018. Okay, and then we met, at the time we met Engga and other people, Professor Arono and other people from UNIB. And then we applied for projects, ELF, the Endangered Language Funds, and then we got John Fell from Oxford. So I think if you want to apply for grants, you should do some sort of scoping trip to strengthen your proposal. So we did that, and then we successfully got the first Enggano project with actually already at the beginning, we already looked at the lexical aspect of that as well at the time, including the barrier island languages, but then it was too big. We narrowed down, we cut things, and then we ended up with the Enggano, just focusing Enggano. And then we look around at the people to invite on board, and then we ended up having Bird Notover. We approached Malcolm and other, then Malcolm recommended, so Bird Notover work on barrier island languages. I think you would better have him on board. So we ended up with Bird on board. And then we got the money, the grant for 2 years, I suppose. 3 years, I forgot about that. But we extended because then Charlotte was recruited as the postdoc, and then we got the extension and extension. And then the second round of the application with the lexical resources with Gede. So kind of a long way, but accumulating the information and the interest there. So back to the questions, why Enggano? As I mentioned, whether Enggano is an Austronesian language or not, that's the primary concern driving our concern, because there is a debate there. And initial look at that, the features in Austronesian linguistics and looking at Enggano, people may be, those features may be puzzling. But because, for example, as in the paper written by Edwards, you will see that Enggano shares a very low level of cognition with other Austronesian languages, and also looking quickly into the phonology, you may, this is quite unusual because you have a widespread nasalization. For example, nasalization is phonemic. You have minimal contrast with nasal and non-nasal. Just the distinctive feature of nasalization creates a different lexical items, okay? And also just looking at the surface realization, for example, like it with the passive, the surface form like no, okay, would be puzzling because the cognate would be masked, okay. But once you have the phonology worked out, and then you would easily see that actually you have B, and then you have no. Okay, you have nasal spreading, nasalization taking place, and then kind of masking. So once you work out your phonological problems and issues, then things are becoming clearer. And thanks to Charlotte working on phonology, and then we have a better idea now what's going on in Enggano. Okay. And then the more we collect the data as our project progress, we look at different grammatical features, and the better picture emerge, suggesting that indeed Enggano is an Austronesian language. For example, a very clear evidence if you look at the paradigm, the pronominal paradigm, for example, here you can see it compared to other Austronesian languages in the barrier islands or across Indonesia or in the Austronesian world. You could see, for example, Enggano, contemporary Enggano, it's just part of aku. You can see across pronominal system, right? It's very clear then that Enggano is an Austronesian language. Likewise, our work in recent, let's say in the last 12 months or so, Gede and me and Charlotte and our team work on the voice, middle voice. I look at middle voice in a larger context. We can see the morphology fa, which is actually the part, the similarity of the form between middle and causative is widespread not only in barrier island languages like Enggano, Mentawai, and Nias. Actually, the languages like in Suma languages, you also see the fa, like Canberra, for example. It's okay, which cognates with, for example, Indonesian ber, or like ber, where you have with ma, there is an element there, but it's a long history there, right? So a quick look might be deceiving, but then a closer look, evidence when you look at the language and working out your phonology, your grammar, and see then the picture emerge, and it's very clear now. Then we confirm and separate whether whether Enggano is an Austronesian or not. We definitely confirm that it is an Austronesian language. The question remains, and what happens in the past? I mean, the convergence, divergence, as Brad and Blaine's earlier talk, and then also the broader level, we know about that, the convergence and the divergence, but the details of how that would play out, the combination of the two in particular language, is a matter of future research and may not be resolved until you know more about non-linguistic stuff, okay? Because language is just part of the whole integration of when people move around, right? So they move around together with their language, of course, is one, but language is part of material culture. So looking at the archaeological remnants, carbon dating, genetics, part of the auctions, actually. For those who know auctions, the Oceanics, Southeast Asia, whatever, navigators. So the spread of the people migrating, linguistics evidence is just part of the picture, and it's the hardest perhaps, because the signs or the signals are weak, especially when you go to remote places like Enggano, as the divergence to the extent is cannot be seen anymore, but unless you have good evidence. Okay, so that's the broad overview and the remaining issues that we should keep in mind. And now let me go through the achievement and challenges that we can be proud of. Okay, so our project consists of different strengths, and each of our members work on at least one or more, so collaboration among the members. So the documentation strand is the entry point strand that Mary and I did when the first time we stepped our foot on the island, and also documentation strand continued until to the point even the project is over now, it's still ongoing. Okay, so I just put the main people responsible for this. So the aim is to collect as much data as possible, following the modern documentary linguistic principles of practice. Okay, so we have collected a lot of things. Not all of them have been properly processed. Only 20% of them maybe already done transcribed. All right, so that would provide a rich, rich resource or rich resources. Tidak perlu ini. Oh. So if you look at our web page, the project's web page, you will see that we have collected a lot of data, one, and also we have processed a lot of not only our own data, but data legacy materials from Kehler's or other people's material in earlier documentation phase of Enggano. And that becomes the, the basis, solid basis, I hope, we hope for more research later on, including the current one that Gede and Charlotte have been working on, the lexical resources for the lexicographic research. Okay, and then the historical strand, as I mentioned earlier, it was driven or aimed to answer or to confirm whether Enggano is an Austronesian language or not. But other people like Brad and Blaine and other, people also work on the same questions, and kind of, we have come up with kind of agreement now, becoming standard agreement that Enggano is an Austronesian language. Okay, and part of this historical strand, as we did our first Enggano project, the first phase, we were quite aware that we need another grant at that time because it's quite expensive to do, to look at the legacy materials, processing legacy materials, and doing the translation. And also we have a good idea in mind if we want to compare the old Enggano and the contemporary Enggano. We experimented with the idea of retelling text, the corpus where the old texts were given to the elders in Enggano now, and look at whether they can figure out what the old Enggano was. And then it's very interesting. They kind of had the interesting discussion and what happened with this. Oh, this is the old word that we no longer use. My grandfather, blah blah. So that's quite interesting. We learn a lot about that. The comparative historical analysis, in addition to the questions of whether Enggano is Austronesian or not, we also look at the internal structure of the grammar, the features, grammatical features, rather than just lexical development, for example, the word that, low cognition, but we look at different features, and I think, Charlotte and Mary work on focusing on one only already quite rich information there with the relative clauses in Enggano. That's interesting paper. If you want to look at the paper, look at download it from our web. Must be available there. And then in the second phase, we develop lexical database not only for contemporary Enggano but incorporating the work in the first Enggano. And then the idea is to look at and because in the past when people collected the materials, lexical word list, for example, in the old days they didn't have proper recorders. Okay, they just write, and then we spend a lot of time figuring out the correspondence of convention of writtens and what would be the corresponding possible sound. But that's something that always an issue when you look at the legacy materials. Okay, but whatever it is, that there is a resource for future research. And then, as I mentioned earlier at the beginning when I did the opening remark, we added in the second phase the computational strand, inviting Pak Chok and his team, adding the power or taking advantage of the power of the digital humanities, how we can digitize Kahlo Dictionary, and then making use of this for our research purposes, comparative, lexical, comparative, and other, including creating resource itself, okay, online resource, and available there for public to see and take advantage of the resource later on. So we are actually not only doing this for our own research, but we provide the basis, the lexical resources for future research, not only by our own teams, but also for other people, okay? So this hopefully become an online digital information that is there, which can be easily retrieved and used, okay, not only for linguistics, but also for other research studies beyond linguistics, okay? And then, of course, the combination, as I mentioned earlier, we as a team have this complementary expertise. So Pak Chok provides the computational one, and then Gede, the second postdoc, looking at the lexicographic strands and working together, helped by Enga. Of course, Enga participated across all strands, okay, and then we also joining the collection of ethnobiology. Okay, that's extending something interesting that I've had my own project, Kamus Ethnobiology, that Enga and Dandy might have looked already and checked with me, and then I'm not an expert in that, but I was involved in one project in Merauke at the time. So we have different strengths and collaborating with one another. We love the process itself, and we have regular meetings, weekly meetings, twice a week, depending, and we have so many meetings. Even, I think this is the good thing, when in the middle of the project, then there was COVID, okay? And then the technology available with Zoom, which in a way very helpful. So then we developed this remote the way how we kept our ongoing meetings or working with Enga in Bengkulu and other people, inviting them to Bengkulu because at that time there was no internet connection in Enggano. But now you have good internet connection thanks to Jokowi, even though you don't like Jokowi. Okay, so I do like that. I just came back from Telo, as some of you might know. Telo is a small island south of Nias. Like Enggano, you should have physical endurance to go there. Okay, and internet, to my surprise, is available there only recently. Okay, so, so thanks to Pak Jokowi, the infrastructure project, so that's good, benefiting us. Okay, so that's the lexicographic. Okay, so part of the outcomes of the lexicographic strand is the multilingual dictionary creation. As I mentioned earlier, it's not just the traditional dictionary, conventional dictionary hard copy that the local people like to see when they touch, we hope that they are thrilled to see the physical copy next week. But I'm sorry, I won't join them, but hopefully remotely, if possible. But in addition to that, we have the web version of that, and also including the database and also the mobile apps version. Okay, so at some point, if you wanna check with that, check with us, check with Pak Gede, we will give you the link, and not sure whether that was available before the launching next week. So for the web, no, sorry, for the apps. No, we want to keep it secret to have a big surprise to the local. Okay, we just mentioned it now. It's available. Apps, open the apps on the mobile phone. So the local, the idea is because of the mobile technology is so widespread now, even in Enggano before the internet, when we had our scoping trip in 2018 and then the second trip there, so children already played out with mobile phone. So they like showing mobile phone, even though there's no internet. Of course, you can still at that time calling with mobile phone, there's no internet, but children already played a lot with mobile phone. And we hope that with this technology now, we allow the the outcome of our project to be accessible by the young Enggano people and who wanna learn their language, and their the dictionary is accessible, available, the English, Enggano, Indonesian dictionary. So 3 information kind of back and forth, 3 languages there. Okay, so and the integration of the contemporary Enggano historical lexical resources, how this play out and to what extent this is still ongoing. So Gede is still working this with the with Daniel, okay, and to what extent the integration could be made more smooth, to be there, to be useful. This is something ongoing. I'm not sure there's another project, I suppose, and Gede is already talking about that with with Daniel. Okay, so part of this lexicographic strand is also the community engagement. Okay, because whatever dictionary that you want to produce, you want the dictionaries or dictionary, whatever it is, to be accepted by the local people. So we need to be carefully, to be sensitive with the needs and the preferences of the local people. So we have been through different rounds, so many rounds of checking, and until they are happy, and we are happy. So the idea is to have a dictionary that is linguistically okay from our point of view. You can say that it's okay, but also we accommodate the community's preferences. Okay, that's the the middle ground that we wanna have, but that's not easy. That's not easy. As I mentioned earlier, because local people usually, especially those elders, they have the local power and they say no, and people wouldn't follow the follow us, I suppose, when they say no. Okay, so we have this community engagement, and then part of that is the idea of Komite Kamus, okay, Enggano. We wanna later on that the Kamus is there as the first edition, and the database is there. And of course, in any Kamus, there is no complete end of outcome. Okay, it's ongoing, new words, and need to be improved all the time. And also the collaboration of the locals is very necessary, essential. So the panitia or Komite Kamus Lokal, Kamus Enggano, consisting of the elders, the younger generations like Engga, working together, and hopefully we can have more people. And this is the area where Badan Bahasa or Balai Bahasa or the local there to join us later on to maintain and develop the Kamus to become better later on. Okay. As I mentioned earlier, we incorporate the modern technology in lexicography. Part of that as the standard way of doing lexicographic now in language documentation and linguistics. We use Flex. Flex tomorrow is the workshop. Part of that is the Flex Elan communication, export, import, whatever. So Gede and Charlotte will be there to present or to give the current developments in that. And I'm still working on the old version of Flex, the so-called toolbox. Okay, I'm the old guy already now here. Okay, so please come tomorrow for that. And the last strand related to community engagement strand is the sociolinguistic strands. So we are interested in the variation and the social aspects of the language, including the educational social aspects where Pak Arono, Professor Arono, and other people from Bengkulu and Pak Dendi used to be at the Balai Bahasa, but now in BRIN played a crucial role in working on the Buku Ajar. Okay, so we plan to have actually Buku Ajar more than just 2 grades, you know, but in the end, we only had for year 7 and year kelas 4, ya. Is it true? Yeah. So Engga is the central person there. So we have spent plenty of hours going back and forth. Because the idea is, you might know the idea of trilogy dalam in grammar writing. So you have this dictionary, you have the grammar, and you have the corpus. Okay, so at the center of this, when we have this educational material, is the orthography. So because we are doing the research at the same time as helping the local to develop a consistent orthography, we are, in a way, we have been held back by our research and then kind of back and forth, you know, and as I mentioned earlier, the combination of, yeah. So in the end, we finally produced already printed the 2 books and ready to be delivered next week. Okay, plenty of copies. Okay, so that's another the last trends actually. Oh, actually, part of that is capacity building, as I mentioned. Okay, capacity building, as you know, the idea is we as researchers, outsiders, only go to the field, work with the local only part of the time. So the locals are most or all time in the in their area. So we should train and develop the skill, recruit, train, and develop skills so that locals have the ability to maintain or continue the research and develop more later on. So we are very proud to have Enga. Again, thank you, Enga, for your work. And we hope that Enga, this is something that I've been talking a lot to Enga, so recruit more, okay, because you cannot do it alone. Okay. Collaboration is the way to go. You cannot do it alone. Just like our project, I cannot think about this project without collaboration. Okay, so that's the key, collaboration. So we need to recruit more later on, okay? So as I mentioned, this is just the, follow up. The idea is in the end, we contribute something on the documentation of cultural heritage. So language is just part of it. Ethnobotany is another area. And then we talk about, yesterday we talked about how ecotourism, desa wisata with Enga, developing a kind of economic connection between linguistics and other more practical, directly related to economy, for example. Okay, so that's the way in the past, but now the way forward, as I mentioned, we already collected a lot of data, did quite amazing analysis already, but there are still questions to answer. So still in relation to the historical dimension, we want to look at Enggano and other languages in the barrier islands region, so part of my current project as well. And the linguistic finding is just one part of this story. We want to know how long ago and what's the linguistic evidence and other evidence for the arrival of the Austronesian on the island, and whether they arrive in one wave or more, and what is evidence for that. That's more questions, need more people, non-linguists perhaps, to answer those questions. Again, collaboration is the key, okay? And then, as I mentioned earlier, our project could be a model for endangered language documentation, collaboration between linguistics and non-linguistic people, in particular computational linguists working on digital humanities, lexicography, for example. And we hope that working with the local people like Pak Harun and other people, we hope that we already raised the awareness of their cultural treasure, let's put that way. So far neglected. People seems to kind of take it easy for their own culture. But once their own culture now can kind of recognize, the local people are just, wondering, maybe wondering why Enggano, and more people coming to Enggano, right? So there are people from now, researchers from UGM sending more and more. I heard about that. And of course, Bengkulu, okay? Because Bengkulu is the closest university there. Even, people from Oxford go to Enggano already. So, so we have been to Enggano. So we are very proud of the impact of our project in terms of raising the awareness among the locals, but also the interest of Enggano, a small island, exotic, with multidimensional whatever that people might be interested in. Okay, so then there is a challenge, of course, as I mentioned, when our projects are over, what's next? Whether the local people have the ability to apply for grant, okay? Or just then disappeared, I don't know. Let's see, hopefully. that something continue years to come. Okay. All right, that's the kind of, in a way, reflections of our achievement. How many more minutes? This is big. 3 minutes. Okay, I have 5 minutes. Okay, yeah. No, I think we keep the time, yeah. So I talk about the big topic in 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm interested in the historical aspects of or evolution of voice system. Okay, we know that Enggano's voice system has kind of shifted in a way to the point that, you know, a, a quick look at it wouldn't give you a clear answer, this is Austronesian or not, okay? But then after we look at this, okay, this is actually the correspondence of Austronesian voice morphology, this is the actor voice, blah, blah, blah. But then why and how, what lesson we can learn from that? So I want to look at the attrition, the disappearance of undergo voice, or what people also call objective voice. This is a paper that I presented at the ALT in Singapore a month ago, a longer version of that. Now I want to talk about this in 5 minutes so I can see how this is a challenge. So what is undergo voice? So after voice, undergo voice alternation is something like, you know, for example, in Totoli, so you have the basic point is that unlike in English you only have the active voice or active voice and passive. Okay, when you alternate between active and non-active, you have quite different grammatical alternation with the subject of the active voice becoming oblique or removed. Okay, but that's not the case with Austronesian languages that show actor voice, undergo voice alternations, the so-called symmetrical voice. So you have this both actor voice and the undergo voice, or the you have marked, you know, both are equally marked. And then you have this kind of cross mapping, a kind of inverse, if you are familiar with that. You know, the subject of this one become the object of the second one, or the object of the active voice become the subject of this one. That's kind of switching back and forth without demoting to oblique, okay? So the same is true in Balinese, okay? So you have this paradigm, even though the Balinese morphology, as Pak Ketut, Professor Atawa mentioned earlier, this is called the base form or the basic form because you do not have the prefix. But a close look, if you look at the paradigms, you have this meaningful gap. So that's the idea of zero morpheme. Okay, it's not just a gap; it's a meaningful gap in the paradigm. That's different from something that is not present there. Okay, so it's present, but it's just morphologically it's not there. Substance is not there, but it's a distinctive. You know, it's functional. That's the way. So something like that one. So what happened in languages like Enggano? You no longer have that kind of alternation. Okay, but what you do have. Sorry about this small stuff here, but what you do have, you have the emergence, the appearance of the pronominal indexing, the so-called indexing. So the idea is you have more than one active structures, okay, rather than we do not use actor voice because you do not have the undergo voice. So the correct term would be the active, because you only have the active and the passive like in English, rather than like in Balinese or in other Austronesian languages, right? So what you have is you have the growing the expansion of pronominal forms, bound forms. Okay, for example, in Enggano, you have different sets of the pronominal system with the bound forms and spreading not only for the first person, you have the whole, all persons like that one. Okay, so something similar. So you do have this growing systematic contrast of pronominal system on the verbs, okay, and then the disappearance of the undergo voice, okay, the alternation there. But when you look around in Indonesia, in other languages, striking the extreme end of that development is seen in languages in Sumba. So this is Sumba, okay, two languages in Sumba, Kodi and Canberra. So what you see here, you have this something similar like Enggano. You have systematic pronominal clitics or affixes on the verbs, and also the disappearance of voice altogether. You do not have, even you do not have active or passive. Okay, what seems to be like active and passive is just the rearrangement of the arguments to the front or the back. So basically you have the same verbs, okay? So even though the translation is like active here, and then here is like passive where you have the agent is postposed after the verb, basically the verb is just the same. The verb is the same, okay? So you don't have active, passive, or undergo voice alternation in those languages, okay? So the question is there any relationship between the emergence of the pronominal indexing and the attrition of the undergo voice? Okay. Or would it be also because of word order? Okay. Would it be the case that because of word order, we know from Austronesian linguistics, if you learn languages in Philippines and Indonesia, there is a shift from verb initial. So languages in Philippines like Tagalog, where you have very systematic undergo voice, you have different undergo voice. You have the patient voice, goal voice, locative voice. You have plenty of sub undergo voice, like you put it that way. And then in the Indonesian type languages, you only have one undergo voice, but you have applicative, for example. So word order also changes. Indonesian languages tend to be verb in medial. Okay, USSVO rather than VSO or VOS, for example. So you might wonder whether emergence of the pronominal indexing, like what we saw in Enggano and in Kodi or Canberra, responsible for the attrition or total demise of the undergo voice, okay? So what I have done is to look and check with these two, okay, variables and develop a database of currently 31 languages across Indonesia, looking beyond Enggano or barrier island languages, and looking at the degrees of the presence of the morphology, like after word voice, like Balinese eng or Indonesian men, or the existence of undergo voice like D or ni, like that one, a matter of degree, and also checking the properties and see the correlation, okay? So it turns out that this is just the summary of the finding. What happened is that the attrition of the voice symmetricality alternation occur at different levels. So you see the at different levels. At the formal level, by formal we mean the presence of the morphology, the substance of the morphology. Okay, you have this men like in Indonesian men or Balinese only n, okay? So you have this material, morphological material diminishing, okay? And in Enggano you have this H, or a bu, a mu, and then the material maybe just okay? So you have this diminishing of the materials at the formal level, but at the functional level, that is the idea of the loss of the underlying function. For example, the subject, you talk about the subject selection, the talk about discourse about the topical, whether the actor is being topical or the patient being topical. And then the other common function of voice is also the tense aspect marking modality, like something not happened yet or will happen, okay? So you have different layers of functions and you have this formal realization. And it turns out that the, the correlation between, I just skip this one because the findings suggest that, there is no one-to-one there is no one-to-one correlation between the form and the formal property and the functional level. You can, a particular function can still be maintained even though the form is gone, for example. So what happened, I just wanna quickly do this one. So I put this into scale. Okay, you have the gradients of the presence of the undergo voice, whether like in the Tagalog, for example, in the Tagalog language, you have multiple undergo voice. You talk about highly, present four. I put a four there, and then if it is absent, you have a zero. And then if it is present for the after voice, you have three. And then if it is present, you have zero. Okay. And then once you quantify the gradients into the strong present or absent, and then you can measure or you can calculate the correlation. Okay. So what happens is that it turns out that you have these gradients here. Okay. It turns out that there is a strong positive correlation between the presence of the actor voice morphology and the symmetricality. So the more the actor voice presence, the more you have the undergoer voice present as well. So on the other hand, the less you have the actor voice presence, and the less you have the undergoer voice, meaning that the less you have the symmetricality. So it correlates. There's a very strong correlation. It's a it's significant at 0.1. Okay, so this means that you have, if you look at these languages, so the languages in Eastern Indonesia, you have no voice morphology, actor voice, verbal morphology present, and you do not have the undergo voice present as well. So languages. These are languages in Eastern Indonesia. So the short story is that looking at this, for example, the pronominal affixes, it's not significant. Okay, it's not significant. So there is no correlation or significant correlation, maybe very weak, between pronominal affixes and the presence of symmetricality. So the presence of the growing presence of the clitics is not a significant trigger for the attrition of voice symmetricality. Okay, it turns out. So it's not a morphological resource for voice alternation. So the idea is a voice morphology, like actor voice, and it's very critical, especially the actor voice morphology, for the presence of the maintenance of the voice alternations. Even though languages like Enggano develop systematic pronominal system, okay, it may affect the voice, but it doesn't affect the whole voice system, okay? But what happened is the attrition of the actor voice itself, okay, the actor voice itself. So that's the main point. Even though the details needs to be, if you wanna know this one, let me know. I can give you the slides, because I also check other correlation between subject only, different sort of things. But my earlier curiosity whether the emergence of the pronominal system is the main factor. I suspected it was, but it turns out it's not. Okay. So the concluding the final remark for this, and in the first part of this talk, I talk about the journey, our journey in Enggano. A lot of interesting linguistic phenomenon there. Of course, our research should be relevant to the community. So we have demonstrated that to what extent our research documentation be relevant, taking into account the local needs. And also I've mentioned about my own curiosity and checking, and Enggano provides an important resource in my investigation for the important question about the attrition of actor undergo voice in Austronesian languages. So terima kasih. Thank you. Okay.
So thank you, Pak Wayan. So looking at the title here, I emphasize one more about the multidimensionality of Enggano project. It clearly shows us about the trajectory and also the project journey and highlighting all of its achievements and also challenges. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, so if you have any question, please, time is yours. Okay, Wahyu.
Thank you very much, Professor Arca, for your presentation. Regarding my question is about um, the orthography training that you earlier mentioned during your speech, I guess, in the beginning. You said that you trained the Enggano community a new orthography. And my question is, if one language um, you try, a researcher try to develop a new orthography. Okay, I'm sorry. Um, so if we want to create a new orthography for a language, and then, okay, and then we'll have a standardized orthography, for example, like Malay language. They have a standardized orthography we see from the Malaysian news or anything. But then in um, one local language in Indonesia that has Malay inheritance, they are oral languages, spoken languages. They don't have orthography. So if we want to develop an orthography, do we follow the standardized one as we see from the media, or we try to develop an orthography that is suitable or accustomed to the community? But the problem is the community themselves, they are not sure to follow which pattern of orthography. For example, like for example, like the word tiada, they write it as tiada with a at the end, or tiada with e at the end. So, but then the media write it as tiada. So, do we follow the what media has been has written in their writing systems, or we follow what the community would like to have based on your experience? Thank you.
I think, if you have orthography, you develop orthography with particular purpose in mind, keep that in mind first, okay? So in any documentation project, usually it's tied to practical benefit of the documentation for language maintenance, which means like in our case, we create textual textbooks or teaching material to be used at school, okay? Which means that there is an element of pedagogical considerations to be taken into account. Okay, pedagogical consideration, for example, simplicity. The simpler, the better. Okay, simplicity, because from teaching perspective, you do not teach something complex to begin with. Okay, you teach something simple. The simpler, the better. Simplicity. Okay, so that's practical aspect. And then, of course, from a linguistic point of view, the principle could be in the opposite direction, accuracy. Okay, accuracy, but from a common general academic point of view, you want to have consistency as well. Okay, so simplicity, consistency, accuracy. That's kind of the flag to begin with. And then there is an element, because you are going to work with community, then you want whatever it is that you will propose later on will be accepted by the community. And that's your question, whether we want to follow them, right, or not. So to find out this ones, usually from practical point of view, you should follow them for practical point of view, because they have been doing that one, rather than adding something new, you just follow them, okay, for better good reasons. But then you have to think about accuracy as well. Accuracy. If it is not accurate, then you try to find a way to make it accurate by modifying a bit. To what extent you want to modify should not be radical. To the extent that they don't like, if you have, it's a matter of a balance between those principles that I have been talking about. Okay, and the process should, you do not expect that overnight the people will accept your proposal. So you have to develop the groundwork as well, developing interpersonal trust. That's the keyword, trust. If the person trusts you as an expert, as outsider and expert, they will trust you and they will follow you. Okay. On the other hand, if they do not trust you and they have negative thing, whatever you say, they won't follow you. Okay, that's the principle in human communication. Okay, so it's a delicate thing. So the question is, you can, it's not yes or no which one. So you can decide that there's a ranking there. So it's a delicate thing and working with community. And in my experience with Enggano, and also not only in Enggano, but in other projects like in Flores, for example, usually you begin collaboration with the locals through the elders, who are around, the elders who are respected, have power, and then you talk to them, and then the person or persons will tell you, and once you make them, usually they are educated, generally, or even though they are not well educated, they are respected and have, they usually have high standard in terms of whatever. They are respected. So once you have good relation and trust from this kind of people, trust me, you will be okay. But of course, you yourself should know what to do in terms of your phonology, your phonetics, consistency, that kind of stuff to begin with. Otherwise, then you have to be consistent yourself first, right? That's the entry point of working on languages that have no clear documentation earlier, really testing your whatever linguistics skill or knowledge that you have in your lectures. So, the phonology, morphology, whatever, and so that you see why you should do this or select this one or instead of the other. Okay, so that's my comments on that.
So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu, unfortunately, time is up. But there is something beyond this. We will have a surprise. Okay, so please wait. And then, okay, thank you very much, everyone. So please give a big applause. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Arke, and also our moderator, Mr. Komang Sumariana M. Hum, for the very interesting talk regarding Enggano project. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for our last speaker and moderator. And as our token of appreciation, would like to award our today's speakers with a certificate of appreciation. Therefore, we would like to invite all of our speakers, Prof. Artawa, Dr. Dora Amalia, as well as Prof. Arke, to the front of the stage. And the certificate will be awarded by the chairman of our today's research committee, Mr. Prima Hadi, PhD. The floor is yours. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor for us to have all of the speakers here today, and we really hope that we would be able to have you back in the future. And ladies and gentlemen, the certificate awarding ceremony marked the end of our 2 days research talk. And once again, we would like to thank you all. Thank you all of our speakers as well as the guests and participants who have joined our today's event. And we hope that we can see you again tomorrow at the workshop on linguistic field method that will be held at 9 a.m. in this room, Soekarno Room. And allow me to end the research talk with Parama Santi. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you all and see you tomorrow. Bapak Ibu mohon izin kami mengundang Prof. Artawe, kemudian Ibu Prof. Sukarini dan Ibu Yana untuk maju ke depan. Oh sorry, mohon maaf Prof. Arke, mohon maaf Prof. Arke, Ibu Prof. Sukarini dan Ibu Yana untuk berada ke depan panggung.
Hari ini hari yang kau tunggu bertambah 1 tahun.